Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 11:45 a.m. on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024, and we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today, we are holding the second in a series of oversight hearings that I'm calling this fall on performance of the Office of Unified Communications, otherwise known as OUC. We're doing this to ensure needed improvements in accuracy, transparency, and speed being made at the district's 911 call center, an agency of vital importance to district residents and visitors everywhere. Alongside these roundtables, my team and I have been conducting regular, unannounced, bi-weekly visits to OUC to check on updates, to speak directly with staff, and to help inform the work that we do every day in collaboration with OUC to drive forward these improvements. The purpose of today's roundtable is specifically to focus on staffing shortages, recruitment, and retention at the district's 911 call center, alongside two pieces of legislation that I have introduced. The first being Bill 25-953, the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act of 2024, and second, Bill 25-954, the Childcare for First Responders Amendment Act of 2024. For a number of years, OUC has had difficulty recruiting and retaining staff. And I believe that this challenge is a central piece of the impact for accuracy and speed and those issues that we've seen at OUC. At last month's hearing, OUC Director Heather McGaffin shared that 24 out of 107, or 22%, of our call taker positions were vacant, and 18 out of 112, or 16%, of our call dispatcher positions still remain vacant. Understaffing at OUC has a direct effect on the agency's ability to retain and recruit new staff, especially as existing staff face increased long-term overtime demands in a very high-stress, high-stakes environment. These increased demands on staff may contribute to reported dispatch errors and affect OUC's ability to meet national standards for call answer and dispatch times. In my view, staffing has to be the number one priority for this agency. Looking at the OUC dashboard that we required be established in our Secure DC legislation, we can see that in this July of 2024, only 13% of shifts met minimal staffing targets. That number, fortunately, increased in August to 57% before falling again to 51% this September. Also in September, when we look at the dashboard data on shifts by date, we can see that from September 25th to September 30th, only one day shift and only one night shift had the ideal number of 4 supervisors on the floor. This is, of course, only a partial snapshot, and I understand from our unannounced visit yesterday to OUC that the agency is currently interviewing 2 supervisors, so hopefully filling those supervisory staffing positions will happen very soon. We need to see raised numbers and targets for staffing shifts across the board. I do want to acknowledge the hard work of our OUC call takers and dispatchers. This is an extremely high stress environment to work in, and we are so grateful for all that you do every day as an integral part of our public safety ecosystem. I also want to acknowledge and thank the efforts that Director McGaffin and her team have made to address understaffing, especially in the last couple of months, some of which we're going to be getting into today. We also know that understaffing is not just a problem that we see in DC's 911 call center, but is a nationwide challenge. In a recent industry survey, 82% of respondents warned that their 911 call centers were understaffed. And this month, WTOP News reported that our neighbor Maryland's Montgomery County's Emergency Communication Center has been suffering from a 16% overall staffing shortage. There are also a number of efforts that are taking place in conjunction with OUC in between all of these hearings, whether that's working with our carriers on improvements, whether that's job fairs to bring more people in the door, looking at employment policy, um, promoting these positions. This is a daily activity and function of our committee to make sure that we are doing this work every day, and supporting the work of the agency to make sure that these needed improvements don't just get discussed once a month when we have these oversight hearings, but that this collaboration happens on a daily basis. In my view, understaffing difficulties stem from two primary issues. First, the demanding nature of this job and the lack of incentives and supports that will successfully recruit staff and encourage them to stay for the long term. Call taking and dispatching for emergency response every day and night is extremely demanding work. First responders handle emergencies and high stress situations where lives hang in the balance every day and night, and that is by nature traumatic. Second, although call takers and dispatchers in the district receive the highest base salary compared to other 911 call centers around the country, in my view, that base salary is just too low and is not adjusted to the high cost of living in the district and to the reality that we have to get more people in the door and honor this important work. Furthermore, because call takers and dispatchers are not yet recognized as first responders in the district, they do not receive the full access to incentivizing benefits that we see for some of our other first responder agencies like MPD and FEMS. This is why I introduced a bill last year to improve recruitment and retention at OUC and other critical public safety agencies. My bill would establish a new director of recruitment and retention within the Office of City Administrator and authorize the mayor to directly aid agencies in hiring and retaining people. There will be a hearing for this bill this Thursday held by the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to pass this crucial piece of legislation. The council also passed a bill several months ago to make sure that retired FEMS and MPD officers and staff and firefighters can, once they retire, can still earn their retirement benefits, but come back to work at OUC to fill some of these important positions with the added benefit of the expertise that those retired folks offer. Speaking of legislation, this hearing today also concerns two other bills that I've introduced. I'll speak about those briefly. The first, Bill 25-953, the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act of 2024, aims to increase transparency by requiring OUC to publicly release after-action reports following errors and incidents. Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, otherwise known as HSEMA, would be required to conduct an after-action conference after a possible failure of emergency response in the district and to require the creation of an after-action report on a particular shortened timeline. Transparency has been a priority in my legislation with regard to OUC, from emergency legislation that we passed in July of last year and the updates required in my Secure DC omnibus that the council passed earlier this year to make sure that we are holding the agency accountable and providing the public with a needed sightline into the source of some of these errors and issues, not just to point them out, but to drive forward the changes that we need to see improvements. And that public sightline is very important to that mission. The second bill up for discussion today is Bill 25-954, the Childcare for First Responders Amendment Act of 2024, to require the mayor to provide on-site and free childcare to all of our first responders in the district, including 911 and 311 call takers and dispatchers, which we define as first responders because we believe in it and for the purpose of this benefit. The district faces a staffing crisis across all of our public safety agencies that still requires creative and attractive benefits to draw qualified applicants for these crucial roles as first responders and retain them in these positions. We see this continue to be true for our fire and emergency medical services, as well as our Metropolitan Police Department. the same time, cost of sending a child to daycare in the district continues to rise. The Office of State Superintendent for Education, or OSSE, reports that there have been increases by 2% on average from $26,453 in FY 2023 to over 27,000 in FY 2024 on average per child for a medium-sized childcare development center. For a child development home caring for children from birth to 5, there was an increase in 5% over the past year in cost. OSSE also reports that care for infants and toddlers is more costly than preschool or for school-aged children. I routinely hear from OUC employees, from MPD officers, from FEMS firefighters and medical services folks that when they are mid-career or start having a family or grandchildren to take care of, it is a huge reason that they have to make other employment choices because childcare is extremely expensive, and especially when we're talking about shifts that might be unpredictable with overtime, that might be overnight or on the weekends. We need access to flexible childcare for these hardworking first responders. I believe that this bill will incentivize and improve hiring and retention at our public safety agencies and will benefit the hiring that we're focused on today at OUC, where recruitment is especially challenging. And I will add, for OUC's purposes, there is currently space available specifically perfectly suited for childcare at its headquarters on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue in Southeast. I remain steadfast in my belief that our employees in the 911 call center, at FEMS, and at MPD want to and work hard every day to deliver the best service possible to district residents, and it is our responsibility to equip them with the support and salaries to do so. I'm looking forward to our continuing work together to address understaffing issues at OUC. I now want to recognize my colleague and also a member of this committee, Ward 6 Council Member Charles Allen, who has joined us today and would like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I appreciate you holding this hearing this afternoon and for the continued oversight on the challenges that we're seeing with the Office of Unified Communications, or OUC. At last month's hearing, I shared multiple accounts of constituents that were having trouble getting through to 911, as well as an experience that I myself went through when I was on the scene of an emergency. I even shared one example of constituents running to the fire station to get help for a fire because they just knew it would be faster than calling 911 and sitting on hold. I think it's important that we continue to emphasize our constituents' confidence in our 911 operations is at an all-time low, and it's going to take years of leadership to dig out and rebuild that confidence. I know there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but as I said at our last hearing, we need the executive branch to first acknowledge that there is a problem in order to fix it. And I know this council will have to continue to shine a light on the problems we've been calling out for some time to work to find those solutions. I know you called this hearing today so that we can focus on staffing, recruitment, and retention efforts at OUC. It is not a secret that our 911 operations are short-staffed, and that any solution to make sure our 911 center is there to answer the call has got to tackle staffing. I also want to take a step back, though, and put our OUC staffing challenges in perspective. Back in fiscal year 2020, just before the pandemic, OUC reported 28 vacancies across the agency. In FY21, with the pandemic fully underway, that number went up a little bit to 33. In FY22, up to 36, inching up, but relatively stable. But last year in FY23, it shot up dramatically to 84 vacancies. In FY24, it stayed pretty high at 80 vacancies. As of yesterday, October 22nd, the total number of vacancies of the agency is 68. That's more than double where we were just 2 years ago. It's unacceptably high. And if you dig a little deeper into the numbers and focus on the 911 call taker and dispatcher vacancies specifically at the start of the FY24 budget cycle, OUC reported 29 call taker vacancies and 13 dispatcher vacancies. As of yesterday, the agency said they had 27 call taker vacancies and 18 dispatcher vacancies. So from my perspective, it looks like the call taker vacancies has stayed pretty constant while dispatcher vacancies have increased. On top of that, on October 9th, 2024, just 2 weeks ago, the executive decided to remove $2.8 million in local funds from OUC that had been appropriated for hiring. This could not have come at a worse time, and it's worrying, and it indicates to me that things are only getting worse with our staffing and recruitment efforts at the agency. Now, it's important to understand the staffing trajectory throughout the years at OUC. I also think it's important to place what's going on in a larger context because OUC is not alone. Almost every 911 center across our country is facing staffing challenges. A lot of folks are thinking twice about starting a career in public safety, some for understandable reasons like expectations of the job, to others around culture and low pay, which I think are facts that we can try to change for the better. What call takers and dispatchers do on a daily basis is incredibly stressful work that requires an extremely high attention to detail and awareness. I have said before that we should treat these roles more like first responders that they are. I've talked about it's mentally, physically, and emotionally taxing. It can be at times a very thankless job, but it's an important one. We rely on call takers and dispatchers to answer the call and generate the appropriate and correct response every single time. States across the country have stepped up and are trying to improve staffing and are doing so in multiple ways. Some have taken the step to reclassify 911 call takers and dispatchers as first responders, thereby allowing them access to benefits that are available to firefighters and police officers, such as an effort I led here at the council to do so with some of our critical housing initiatives and incentives that the city offers to government employees seeking to buy their first home in the district, which, by the way, is now available to OUC employees at the start of the fiscal year. Others have expanded retirement benefits. Some have imposed specific training requirements and provided specialized training opportunities. That all stands in stark contrast to the $2.8 million the executive is removing from the agency rather than reinvesting it back into hiring, retention, and other ways to grow support for the staff. In my time with the government witnesses today, I want to explore more about what efforts are currently underway to improve staffing, recruitment, and retention. I don't think that we can continue to rely on the status quo. Something has got to change. We recognize this when staffing challenges plagued our other public safety agencies. So why have we not focused our attention and done something similar at OUC? I know you've got a long witness list as well as the bills that are introduced. So I know I'll be in and out a little bit over the course of the day, but I appreciate you holding the hearing today. I appreciate all the witnesses that are coming up to testify today and look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. So for today's hearing, we're going to follow our normal practice and hear from public witnesses first and then our government witnesses. All public witnesses today will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. So I ask for your help as you follow the clock and try to stick within 3 minutes. We are going to call our first panel of in-person public witnesses, Eric Butler, Robert Vincent Branham, Manuel Tate, Tracy Williams, thank you so much. And yep, if everyone can sit in the order that I called you. So Mr. Branham, we'll have you second here. We'll put Mr. Branham here. Excuse me, sorry, if we can do Eric Butler, then Robert Vincent Branham, then Manuel Tate, and then Tracy Williams. Thank you very much. All right, thank you all. Please, as a reminder to turn on your microphone before you begin, just the button on the platform. Begin with Eric Butler, telephone equipment operator at the Office of Unified Communications.
Good morning, Councilwoman Pinto, Chairman Pinto, Councilman Allen, how you doing? We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the council members for the opportunity to present before you today. It's truly an honor to represent the dedicated members of the Office of Unified Communications, as well as the residents of the District of Columbia. There's a correlation between retention and reclassification. It's a critical examination of operational stress, justifying reclassification. Emergency call centers operate under immense pressure. The operational stress we face as call takers and dispatchers is comparable to that experienced by other first responders. We examine the correlation between our retention and reclassification of call takers and dispatchers as protective service occupations. We emphasize the urgent need for recognition and support for our roles, particularly in the mental health resources, retirement benefits, and workplace improvements. Operational stress in call centers. There's a high workload and stress levels. The DC operators handling 21,000 to 23,000 calls per week 84,000 to 85,000 calls per month. Over a year period, we're taking 1.5 million to 1.7 million calls annually. Many of us face significant mental health risks, with 90% reporting symptoms of anxiety, depression. Access to standard mental health resources, including peer support and critical incident stress management, is essential for our well-being. Reclassification can normalize conversations around mental health care, encouraging us to seek support without stigma or fear of judgment, ultimately fostering a healthier work environment. Enhancing retirement and recruitment strategies. Aligning our retirement options with those available for other first responders can attract potential recruits and help retain existing call takers and dispatchers. States like Missouri and Wisconsin already recognize the demanding nature of our work, offering early retirement options. Addressing workplace stress through leadership. Effective leadership is crucial for mitigating stress levels. Agencies can foster healthy workplaces by engaging us, understanding our concerns, and implementing strategies to help reduce workplace stress. Recruitment strategies should promote positive aspects of our occupation, countering the negative stigma often associated with emergency communication roles. Addressing the root causes for workplace stress involves reassessing job structures and practices. Strategies like rotating assignments, offering flexible shifts, can significantly enhance our job satisfaction and retention. There's understanding and addressing the stress perception. The nature of our job, research suggests that 20% of our jobs involve high stress situations. This figure may underestimate the overall stress we experience, but it's essential to differentiate acute stress from critical stress incident. Reclassifying us as protective service occupations is essential for enhancing our professional integrity, operational efficiency within the emergency response system. This change will secure the recognition and mental health support and benefits that we require, fostering a resilient workforce and better equipped to serve public safety. I know my time is up, so I'll cut it here, but thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman, Ward 5 Leadership Council, Public Safety Committee.
Greetings and salutations. The district's 911 call response performance has come under severe public and media criticism. Few people want criticism. And let me put it this way. Students don't like their schoolwork to be corrected by teachers, but it helps them to learn. Children don't want to be admonished by their parents, but it helps them grow. Husbands, to their detriment, fail to listen to the wisdom of their wives, which may lead to some expensive, honey, please forgive me acts of marital contrition. It is understandable for OUC, ACMA, and other district agencies to feel discomfort by oversight or scrutiny, particularly from the media. The Washington Post, the Washington City Paper, and certain reporters often exaggerate human errors for headlines and leave out news reports of context. However, facts are facts and should not be ignored or misrepresented at the cost of public safety and saving lives. OUC should respect and receive public criticism as an added benefit of its mission rather than as an excuse to be less open and transparent. As the committee provides oversight regarding OUC staffing, the role and structure of the Department of Human Resources cannot be ignored. DHR must be held accountable. The committee must not overlook the structural barriers to staffing and retention internal to DHR. Addressing Bill 25953, the bill is reasonable. The bill requires an after-action report no fewer than 5 business days after an incident giving rise to a possible failure of an emergency response. Questions: who or what agency makes the determination of a possible failure? Can this determination make the district subject to a liability claim for civil damages? Also, what is the role of the DC Homeland Security Commission in this after-action reporting process? Where are the commission's annual reports for years 2014, 2016, 2017, 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023, which are supposed to be forwarded to the mayor and the council? Why does the commission hold its meetings behind closed doors out of the DC Open Meetings Act? Does the commission still function? According to its website, the last meeting of the commission was November 16, 2018. OUC and ACMA require stringent oversight and review by the public, local media, and the council. I do not believe people are out to get OUC and ACMA. The people's goal through questions and criticism is to make government work. Let me close my testimony by expressing my revulsion by a company called Ad Pizza on U Street to market a racist and insensitive product glorifying drug addiction for profit. I stand with Mrs. Cora Masters Barry in her outrage, and I strongly support the NAACP branch, and I serve as vice president's call for its immediate retraction. I also join community protests by Dope Mute DC and Harriet Wilder's dreams for a boycott. Finally, I urge district residents to vote for Kamala Harris and to vote no on Initiative 83. I thank you
Mr. Branch.
for this opportunity.
Thank you. Manuel Tate, public witness.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and Council. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the DC Council members for the opportunity to present before you today. It is truly an honor to represent the dedicated members of the Office of Unified Communications, as well as the residents of the District of Columbia. Ladies and gentlemen of the Council, U.S. Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton has been a strong advocate for the 911 Saves Act, which aims to reclassify 911 dispatchers as first responders, which would include myself. This essential change recognizes the critical role dispatchers play in emergencies, as they are often the first point of contact, providing vital information and coordinating life-saving responses. The 911 Saves Act, HR 6319, introduced on November the 8th, 2023, has garnered bipartisan support with backing from Democrats and Republicans. This reflects widespread recognition of the importance of dispatchers in the emergency response system. We were able to take a meeting with U.S. Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, where she's taken a decisive stance in support of 911 Saves Act, a legislative initiative aimed at reclassifying 911 dispatchers as first responders. This move is merely symbolic. It reflects the urgent need to recognize the essential role that dispatchers and call takers play in emergencies ecosystems. As representatives of the District of Columbia, we call upon the Council to unite and advocacy bolstered by bipartisan support to officially grant call takers and dispatchers the acknowledgement they rightly deserve. We urge the DC Council to follow suit. Importance of reclassification, the 911 Saves Act seeks to reclassify 911 dispatchers from office and administration support to protective service occupations. This change is crucial because, one, emergency response dispatchers are the first contact in emergencies, providing life-saving coordination. Survival rates, timely interventions can improve survival chances significantly, with CPR guidance boosting rates to 50%. Professional recognition reclassification will enhance morale and ensure mental health support for dispatchers. While the bill includes provisions for mandatory review of classifications, challenges such as ambiguous language and passive timelines remain. Addressing these issues is critical for achieving the bill's objectives and enhancing outcomes for the dispatchers and communities that we serve. In short, the introduction of the 911 Saves Act is crucial for honoring the indispensable role of call takers and dispatchers, recognizing them as first responders and acknowledge our life-saving contributions, illustrates that we are the first voices in emergencies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tate. Tracy Williams, public witness.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and Councilmember Allen and all of the council members. I've been an MPD dispatcher for 25 years. Today, we stand before you with an urgent call to recognize and advocate for our vital public safety call takers and dispatchers at the Office of Unified Communications. We are not merely clerical employees. We are the unsung heroes of our emergency response system, enduring near constant pressures to ensure the safety of our communities. Our essential role, particularly highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic, demands transparency and tangible support. Transparency is a two-way street. While District Personnel Manual, Chapter 12 acknowledges us as essential and emergency workers, the failure to communicate our reclassification into the essential first responders category has left many of us feeling undervalued. As outlined in PPD 8, the effectiveness of emergency services is not solely determined by those on site, but also hinges on the critical support we provide as 911 call takers and dispatchers. Our roles, often underestimated, are crucial to the initial moments of emergency management, influencing the overall success of response efforts. However, the lack of clarity and communication regarding our status and recognition must be addressed. Without this acknowledgement, the great contributors we make go unnoticed in terms of benefits and support. The COVID-19 pandemic has further expanded our responsibilities, resulting in increased workloads amid growing health risks and significant personnel tolls. With emergency calls spiking due to health concerns, mental health crisis, and domestic issues during the lockdowns, we have had to shoulder the burden of heightened anxiety and life or death decision-making, all while navigating our own stress levels. The peril of COVID-19 was not just a workplace risk, it extended into our homes, exacerbating family dynamics and causing isolated due to forced quarantines and fear of exposure. Shortages of personnel protective equipment further hindered our ability to perform essential duties safely. The pandemic illuminated our critical roles, but is also revealed to stark disconnect between our responsibilities and the support that we received in return. From December the 19th of 2019 to July the 8th of 2022, 605 whirlwind days, we faced our work under overcrowded conditions with poor ventilation, all while confronting the relentless threat of a virus that ravaged our communities. The parallels between our experience and historic health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. Thank you all for your testimony and for your hard work every day on behalf of the District of Columbia. I want to ask, as we're focused on staffing, both from a recruitment perspective and a retention perspective, if you all have any thoughts about some mechanisms or benefits that you think in your experience would be most effective in both getting people in the door and getting folks to stay at the agency.
Well, I'll speak.
Sure, and just remember the microphone.
I'm sorry. I'll speak to that. I think it would help once people, to attract them to the job, to follow through, to show them that it's not just going to be a take situation. We know what we sign up for, but it's like a lack of respect. And once they get the training, it's kind of like hands off and you just kind of just go at your pace. And if it wasn't for some of my coworkers in the past helping me, I wouldn't be the dispatcher that I am now, because it lacked training, updating. It's like we get training one time and it's not brought up again until we need or we're short in staff again. So I think that would really help if we had someone we could go to without it being any retaliation when we have concerns. And it's not always a negative thing, but just something to make everyone feel inclusive when they come in, as opposed to now you're on your own.
Madam Chair, if I can add my comments to that question. I feel that what is hopefully will not be overlooked is the not only the need to assist and support the staff at OUC, but also the efforts or the involvement that needs to come from DHR in the initial stage of application and follow up when the person comes on board. You know, there are things that OUC can do, but there are also things that DHR can do, not just for OUC employees, but for district employees citywide. Mm-hmm. And that needs to be considered also. I know some people who have tried to submit applications and have not heard from DHR applying to OUC. And it's taken a while
Okay,
to get
thank
that,
you so
to
much
get that
for,
process.
for raising that. Sure, go ahead.
I'll speak on two things. Advertising in the same fashion that we advertise fire. I mean, we do the recruitment, the days that we have for people to come in. But I think reaching out to more of the youth, educating them more about what 911 is, what the job is, that it's separate from police, it's separate from fire, that it's its own entity, I think would be beneficial so that more people growing up would know what it is and also benefit people while using the service. I think that my father retired from Metro. I do not sit in the same position to look for the same retirement benefits he has. He's not a DC government employee. That's disappointing. So I think those are two things that we could change to make it more, to offer more retention and be more advantageous for people to join.
Thank you very much. I think that's really helpful. And, you know, the OUC's expansion with the Youth Academy and trying to go into more high schools to expose kids to a career in OUC, I think is a really important first step. But I hear you on the additional advertising. When you talk about, Mr. Tate, some of the follow-up, whether it's additional training or kind of wellness, have you had experience with the wellness coordinator that's been hired at OUC, and how do you think that position is going?
Due to the fact that I'm always working. And when I'm off, I have a personal life. And it's not that she hasn't done a great job. I just hadn't had the opportunity to actually have an exchange with her.
Okay. So maybe more of that built in,
Yes.
time built into
Yes.
a shift
Yes.
to engage in additional training or
Exactly.
supports. Okay. Do you have additional thoughts, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I do. I think with training, it needs to go back to, I'm not gonna say the old days, but we need a little more of that. So we didn't have a lot of these problems when it was just simple who, what, when, where, how. The system pretty much tries to, we've changed systems several times. So it's like once the call takers get acclimated to one system, now here you come, now you want to train them to do a whole nother system. And the new system that we have now is not really beneficial to me as a MPD dispatcher. It's more geared towards the FEM side. So a lot of stuff that I need, I'm not getting, and I need to get the police out in a timely manner. So I don't know who's looking at the systems. I don't know they need to have like a round table before they actually, okay, this is the system and this is how it works. What can be changed? Not just roll it out, give us a class, and now this is it. Because it's not working. That's causing a lot of problems too, because now it's taking people longer to try to figure out how to work the system. A one-day class is not going to work.
And do you mean the updates to PowerPhone?
Yes, the new CAD system that they use now, I think it's been probably how many months?
6, 7 months.
Yeah. So it's
Hard to
really,
navigate.
it's really hard to navigate. I mean, it was nothing wrong with the old system. Everybody was working with the old system. Now we have a new system. The new system, like I said, is not working for the MPD side.
Okay. And so there needs to be more consistent training and oversight so that it's not just a one-time training and hope for the best.
Yes, and we need a system that's going to be conducive to both sides, not just one
Right.
side.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you all for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's testimony. Mr. Butler, have you known anybody in the last couple of years that's left OUC?
Well, I actually just started. I'm one of the new trainees. I started in the summer. So,
All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Let me ask Mr. Tate then. And Ms. You can turn your mic on. Thanks.
Excuse me. Yes, several. From management to people that work in the position I do, is even call takers that come in, get the training, they may stay 2 months and look up again, gotten a rapport with them and explain to them, you can come to me, and then they're no longer there. And then some people that are seasoned people leave.
Tell me, what do you think is the number one reason? Top two reasons?
It's stressful. It's stressful. And to expect people every single day I worked through the pandemic. I would allow people to leave. They had smaller children. I would stay with them. And you expect somebody who's already been there 12 hours, which mentally is 15, and then you just, hey, stay another 4 hours. And if we would give any kind of pullback, try to be respectful. It's almost like, oh, it's no big thing. This is what it is.
Mhm.
But you knew this was occurring 3 years ago when these individuals left. We had some people leave through death. Some people gone into other careers. So this should have been pinpointed. If you see
Mhm.
everything on paper, you already know that we're short by 10 people. So you wait until everything hits us. And then the people that come every day like myself that take the slack from this shift, my shift, and the next shift, and then you wonder why we're not burnt out. We've had a lot of people that take sick leave because they're staying 7 days a
Yep.
week. And that's,
Well-
I've been a part of it.
I was going to get to what you had, one of the answers you gave to Ms. Pinto, talking about reaching out to, the availability of those extra supports that are there, but you're already pulling a 12-hour shift,
Yes.
7 days in a row. I'm assuming at the end of a 12-hour shift, I'm ready to go home.
Exactly. And we don't always complain, but when it's the same people that are constantly doing, and even our shortest day is on Sunday. I used to look forward to coming to work on Sunday because, okay, 8 hours, I can do anything. Then to be told to stay another 8 hours, which I've done months, that's kind of like, wow. And it's like, it's a
not
lot
just
mentally.
unsustainable, it's dangerous.
Exactly.
It's dangerous. Ms. Williams, I want to make sure I ask you the same question. Do you know any folks that have left the last couple of years and why?
Yes, we've had supervisors that just recently quit and went to other agencies.
And have they shared some of the reasons why? Is it stress and burnout? Is it pay differential?
As a
Help us understand
supervisor-
what you see.
Well, the supervisors that left, as a supervisor, I can't do my job because we're short a dispatcher. Now I have to get into the seat and dispatch. So my whole 12 hours, I'm not supervising you all. I'm with you all. I'm down here. I'm working every day. Like I have to put myself on the schedule to do the job. And then I'm not saying don't hire people, but people that can't do the job shouldn't be supervisors because you can't help me. If I need to go to the bathroom, if we're short, it's been days where I've sat with no break, just go to the bathroom and come back.
Mhm.
Okay. But if you hire a supervisor that can't do my job, they can't assist me in no way, shape, nor form. I don't know where they're beneficial at being a supervisor. And we have some of them, not to knock them being hired, but you can't help me. Like, how did, so a
and
lot
what
of
you're
the
describing-
supervisors, they're like, okay, I have to get in the seat and I have to dispatch. And
And I think what you're describing is similar
Nothing.
to what Ms. Che talked about. These are things that are unsustainable and
Yes.
dangerous. Let me ask, because I know my time's going to tick down pretty fast. Were you aware that they're moving $2.8 million out of OUC that was supposed to be for hiring? Could you turn your mics on just so that gets picked up?
No, I wasn't aware.
Okay. What would you do with $2.8 million to help with hiring, with retention, with recruitment? What could you do?
I don't think I could really give you a quick response because there's so many other entities that involved in. And I'm not a selfish individual, but I think you should maybe target the people that are already in the agency that's been there to educate them more, bring supervisors in that can actually relieve us as a fire dispatcher. And I speak to what she's saying. It's been 4 dispatchers and the supervisors we have, very good, but they don't know how to operate our jobs. So we're left to just sit a whole entire shift would only get enough to take a break to go to the bathroom, person holding 2 channels. And if we make any type of mistake, it's on us. And we are some good dispatchers.
Yeah.
And I would just find a way to try to like spread it out where it can be fair for everyone, but bring people in that can do everything. Like even as dispatchers, and I'll say this, we've gone up to the podium to help the supervisors. So that's saying that I'm doing more than one job, but the supervisor can't do my job, but I can come up and assist you on the phones, take notes, run around all over the place, finding out this, finding out that, but we don't get the same.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Right.
I just feels like the absolute wrong time to pull $2.8 million out of an agency and instead could be reinvested back into the people, into hiring. I mean, what I'm hearing you talk about is culture still seems to be a problem within the agency, promoting from within, making sure you have the resource you need. Last quick question, if I can, Ms. Williams, when you talked about the new system as well, it sounded like you were kind of frustrated with a new system. Has the implementation of a new system led to confusion and just kind of human error?
Yes.
Can you expand on that at all?
Okay. Okay, so like I said, it's geared more towards the film side. So a lot of calls that we get in the zone, I have to wait and see either for the board to get on the scene or for the call taker to type on the slip whether MPD is needed, because the calls are dual slips. A lot of them don't have to be.
If I can, Ms. Williams, just because I know the
Okay.
public that's watching may not understand when you say the
Okay.
board or
So,
slips, but
okay,
also I know
okay.
I'm a little over time.
So if somebody calls for an ambulance to come to the scene of something, let's say you fell and you broke your nose. The MPD side, the police side should not have that call because you just fell and you broke your nose. You just need an ambulance. That call should not come to the MPD side. You don't need the police. So on top of the runs that actually do need the police, I have this call sitting on my board that doesn't need to be there. You see?
Mhm.
So now I'm waiting to see, okay, do they need the police? Did somebody, it might doesn't say that they failed. Maybe they just broke their nose. I'm waiting to see, okay, did somebody assault this person? Because
could lead
we don't
to a
have a lot
delay-
of
a
officers
delay
to
of
allocate
dispatch.
to go to somebody that broke their nose,
Yes.
you see? So I'm waiting for the information. I'm not getting the information. Now I have to call the supervisor. Supervisor has to go to the call taker. Do they need MPD? Was this an assault? Oh, no, they failed. Okay, type that on the slip. Type the MPD is not needed, so I can take it off my board. You see,
Yep. Mhm.
it's causing a lack.
It can create a lag and delay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I know I'm over time, so I appreciate you helping educate everybody on that though too. So thank
You're
you very
welcome.
much. Thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember, I must respond to your
Mr.
question.
Brandt.
I must respond to the question as a member of the public. We support our OUC employees. I don't work at OUC, but I know people who have worked at OUC and who left because of stress. And the public should not be disengaged from this conversation of staffing. The public is on the other end as recipients of this issue. And our contributions should be as meaningful in the response as any other organization or institution, individual. The public has a right to participate in this conversation. I know people who have worked at OUC. I know people have left OUC for stress
Sorry.
and they're concerned.
Were you upset that I didn't ask you about OUC staff?
Yes.
I just have three, sorry.
Yes.
Since I have three OUC staffers, that's why I directed my question to the current OUC staffers. That wasn't a disrespect to you, Mr. Brandon. That was the fact that I have three OUC staffers here. I wanted to hear from them about their experience with their coworkers. That was all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember, and we absolutely welcome all public testimony, which is a very important part of this process, which informs our questions to the executive, which informs our follow-up plans for oversight. And so we really, really appreciate how much attention there is to this agency, both from folks who work at the agency, who are impacted by it, and all of our residents. So thank you for being here. Thank you all for your testimony and for your service to the district. We're going to call our next panel. Is Debbie Knox here? Debbie Knox, are you here? Okay. Nebeluel Abra? David Hoagland? You could sit on this first chair. Yep. And then David Hoagland, Gregory Pemberton, Joanna Blotner. Okay, welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. Mr. Abra, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yes. Okay, great. Nebeluel Abra, public.
That's correct.
Okay, public witness. Please go ahead when you're ready.
There's ancient saying, all street leads to Rome. In modern time, all street leads to Washington. For us, all street leads to being first responders. That's the essence of our presence here. We want to be first responders. We want to have benefit like every first responders based on our merit. We're not begging, we're just asking what we do. We save life, we sustain life, we expose to mental health and PTSD. On top of that, we are essential and emergency employee. So the DC Council woman, Eleanor, she support we need to be first responders, 911 Act, 2023. The DC government DPM Act 12, it says in 2017, we're an emergency employee and we're an essential employee. Technically, we are first responders since 2017. We are here because a lot of people doesn't believe what we're doing here, collectively here, because they say the council member doesn't do anything for us. For 34 years, we clerk every profession, 867 profession category according to SOC. Every profession has clerk. Your position is clerk. The only thing that makes you difference is you have political power that make you politician. Our question is like DC State. DC State want to be the 51st state. We want to be first responders. All the problem you have shown us about staffing problems is geared toward respect to our job. You have to respect us. You have to respect what we do first, then everything goes. Like the staffing problem, I don't think it's a big issue. It can be solved. One, the problem with 911 is capsulated in 1970. There is no change. There is no progress. This problem, the staffing problems, can be solved. The first thing we have to do is classify as first responders. Let's get benefit like firefighters, police officers. Then everything will be fixed. Like if we don't have, if we have less diminished self-esteem, profession, we have less impact. If we enhance our, okay, if we reclassified, it enhance our professional status. Most people come to OUC, they don't stay long. It's not because they don't like the job. One, they don't have benefit. They see it in the future. An OUC employee, they work 18 years. When they retire, after tax 8 to 10%, they get $60,000 to take home. You want to stay to this kind of job? It's hard. And thanks for having these things for us. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dave Hoagland, President, District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 36.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and other members of the Committee on Public Safety and Judiciary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Childcare for First Responders Act of 2024. The members of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 36, AFL-CIO, are committed to serving the district. It is routine for our members to make sacrifices in their home life in order to serve. Since we work around the clock, that makes caring for our children especially challenging. As you note in your bill introduction, the cost of sending your child to daycare is expensive. As a parent of young children in the district, I have firsthand experience with the high cost burden that daycare faces on our first responders. It's difficult to find daycare centers that are open early enough for our members to drop off their children, let alone find a daycare center that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays. Many of our members are single parents, which even further complicates challenges when it comes to securing childcare. We want to see resiliency in our members so they can thrive in both their personal and professional lives. Many people are aware of the Surgeon General's recent advisory on the mental health and well-being of parents. If you couple that with the normal on-the-job stressors our members face, easing anxiety around childcare by providing it to our members will go a long way in combating burnout, sickness, and potential disciplinary issues stemming from stress. When our members face challenges with childcare, emergency annual leave and sick leave are their only avenues to address it beyond the benefit of paid family leave surrounding the birth of the child. If we bring the child care to them, we can realize cost savings because these members will still be able to go to work. I know there are already challenges surrounding child care in the district. Child care is a huge hurdle facing workers across all trades. We were all aware of this news this last budget cycle when some incentive programs for child care workers were placed at risk. By building up a robust child care network through the district for first responders, we will be able to provide a steady career pathway for these workers. I can assure you that there will be plenty of interest both from workers and families. By providing child care to first responders, we would have another attractive recruitment and retention tool, much like our proposed DROP program, to attract people to careers in public safety. You are well aware of the challenges across the Fire and EMS Department, MPD, and OUC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoagland. Gregory Pemberton, Chairman of DC Police Union.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the president of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 2,900 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a police officer for 19 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'm here today to express our strong support for the Child Care for First Responders Act of 2024. This bill recognizes the unique challenges faced by first responders in the district, including police officers, and takes an important step towards addressing one of the greatest pressures on our members, affordable child care. As you are well aware, the MPD, like other public safety agencies in the district, is currently facing a staffing crisis. Since I assumed office as chairman of the police union in April of 2020, we haven't seen a net loss of 643 union members, with current staffing levels lower than at any point since 1967. The shortage is severely straining our officers, as the MPD has relied on nearly 2 million hours of overtime in fiscal year 2024 to make up for these staffing gaps. Recruiting new officers is increasingly difficult in such a competitive job market, and retention of experienced officers is an ongoing challenge. These nearly 2 million overtime hours are what make the lives of parents at MPDs so difficult. These overtime requirements are typically unscheduled and unexpected, meaning that members have to make last-minute arrangements for childcare for as much as 10 to 12 hours at a time. This act would go a long way in resolving the financial burden these members face when answering the call to serve and protect the district. The Child Care for First Responders Act addresses one of the key reasons that many prospective officers hesitate to join the MPD or choose to leave: the rising cost of child care. The burden of finding affordable, reliable, and quality child care while serving in a demanding public safety role is significant, particularly for younger officers starting families. By offering free on-site child care to the children of first responders, this bill provides a concrete, practical solution to one of the most pressing concerns our members face. Not only would this benefit help ease financial pressures on officers and their families, but it would also make MPD a more attractive and competitive employer. Many police departments and public safety agencies across the country are struggling with recruitment and retention, and creative benefits like the one proposed in this legislation will be essential to maintaining a strong, capable workforce. The bill will go a long way in supporting the work-life balance of our officers, allowing them to focus more fully on their crucial roles in protecting the city while knowing that their children are cared for in a safe, convenient environment. This will also help reduce burnout and improve morale, two factors that are key to retaining experienced officers and ensuring the MPD has the knowledge and expertise it needs to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. We're grateful to Councilmember Pinto for introducing this legislation, as well as Councilmembers Henderson, Gray, and McDuffie for their leadership on this issue. We urge the council to pass this legislation swiftly. The Child Care for First Responders Act will not only improve the quality of life of our officers and their families, but also strengthen MPD's ability to serve and protect the residents of the district. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pemberton. Joanna Blotner, Director of Government Affairs, DC Action.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Chair Pinto, Committee Chair Pinto, and members of the committee for holding this hearing. DC Action uses research, data, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. And we know that improving access to childcare and high-quality early education are foundational to achieving this mission. Similarly, affordable, reliable, and convenient high-quality early education is also essential for a thriving workforce, such as that for our first responders. However, there are a number of nuanced issues that must be considered when designing parent-centered, place-based solutions to childcare that this bill should explore further if it is to deliver meaningful results. Further, there are systems-level childcare opportunities that this bill could consider, so as to not reinvent the wheels and to complement the district's existing equity-oriented approach to childcare and early education. I'm going to attempt to summarize the remaining 5 pages of my testimony. In terms of our systems level solutions, the district has the Child Care Subsidy Program, which is subsidized care for families who earn less than 300% of the poverty level, which is equivalent to $74,580 for a family of 3. This would make some of our first responders eligible for child care vouchers, and yet they may not know that it exists, or they may have issues with getting timely approval for voucher access. We can certainly expand the child care subsidy program in multiple ways that, that my testimony outlines. I will caution, however, that all of these options will require additional funding so as to not create any kind of displacement effect for families already enrolled in the child care subsidy program. Similarly, providers will need additional assistance in scaling up to be able to provide care that includes reimbursing providers for the true cost of care, making sure that all providers can participate in the Pay Equity Fund and the Healthcare for Childcare programs, which are currently paused, and investing more in our early education, career pipeline services, and scholarships. Similarly, there's an Access to Quality program that currently operates to provide grants to community-based providers to increase access to children with disabilities. That is for infants, toddlers, and school-age children with disabilities. Access to Quality could be a way to grant or contract with community-based providers to provide additional seats to first responders, including for those non-traditional hours and overnight needs. Additionally, by investing in the community-based providers, we could be creating more opportunities to access for non-traditional care for neighborhood families, since we know our first responders operate everywhere in the district. Additionally, for our first responders who need care for their older children, such as pre-K through grade 8, there are out-of-school time programs the district currently funds. However, there is a gap of 39,528 pre-K 8 seats alone for after-school programming that we should be investing further in. Additionally, should we be interested in exploring site-based care for first responders, there are a number of considerations that need to be looked at and that the bill should outline further, such as, do we want only infant toddler? Is this pre-K for our non-district residents who are first responders and don't have that in their state? Is this, again, that pre-K through grade 8 or older? Is it afternoon shifts? Is it overnight? What are the locations that are most convenient? Because our firefighters operate everywhere, not just at a singular OUC site kind of operation. The educational needs, the facility structure needs, et cetera, are all very, very different for different age ranges, different quality, and how the district will actually fund and implement this. I'm happy to go into further details, but my testimony lays out more considerations for the council to consider. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Blotner. And thank you all for your testimony and all of the work that you all do for these crucial missions. So I want to start with you, Mr. Abra. When we talk about the practical impact of being designated as a first responder, I think that it is an important recognition and honoring of the hard work that our OUC call takers, dispatchers, everybody at the agency is engaged in. But there's also some specific benefits as it relates to the child care bill. We define first responders to include OUC staff. We've also added additional housing assistance, tuition benefits, types of things that we have for first responders. And so from your perspective, what we need to see happen on Capitol Hill of the bill being passed to designate it, why is that so important practically for folks at OUC?
Number one reason, we went through the 19 states where they classify first responders. 19 states. We saw every bills they have. The 19 states, they recognized, most of them are Republicans. They recognize call taker and dispatcher are first responders due to mental health, PTSD. These call takers, dispatchers, they need help, mental health help. And getting there, being first responders, getting benefit like firefighters and police officers makes them to stay more to their job. It's attractive to people stay the course. There are people who are staying 25, 35 years. And I talk to some of them, they say, Nabi, you're wasting your time. The DC Council never do anything for us. I say, no. I have a new call takers dispatcher. They are vigorous. They have energy. They have willingness, especially Generation Z. They don't accept we are clerk. We are clerk. Yes, every occupation is clerk. At the same time, we are more than clerk. We are save lives.
And I appreciate, I do want to clarify for the record that we, unlike every other state in the United States, does not have the ability to make that type of designation ourselves, which is another injustice of us not being a state. And we need Congress to act on this, but we will continue doing everything we can within our jurisdiction on adding benefits and incentives in this type of way. I do want to move on because I have a number of questions and I'm going to run out of time in a minute. Sir, I've got to move on to
I
the
have
rest
to
of the
add to that
panelists.
things. In 1973, District of Columbia make Emergency Medical Service System Act, and they make the medical unit first responders. So it's not like they haven't done it. District done it. 1973. Why not for call takers and dispatch?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, that we are trying to do that. That's one of the things that this bill does, and we will do everything that we can with district law to make that designation true, but we need Congress to act. I want to ask you, Mr. Hoagland and Mr. Pemberton, when we talk about the places for these childcare centers, you know, OUC, to me, it makes the most sense to have it on site at their facility. It's one facility. There's actually already space that works for that now. Whereas for our MPD stations or our firehouses, they are spread throughout the city. And so do you think that this type of benefit would be best suited to join in with other childcare centers that are already in operation and provide this benefit or this subsidy that way, or to open new childcare centers? And if the latter, should that be in one location where everybody who is a member of this agency can come, or should those be trickled throughout the city?
Yeah, so I'm aware of the location at OUC, and I think they even got as far as purchasing, like they've already got furniture and everything. So geographically, right, MPD is divided into districts. We're divided into battalions throughout the city. I'm willing to bet there's probably a large demand already for childcare at OUC, but if that center is large enough, the OUC location could serve our locations, in the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, which is our east of the river companies in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And there might be, so I don't have a lot of knowledge. Like I know, for instance, there's a childcare center on the grounds at Children's and Washington Hospital Center. But I'm not even sure that they operate 24/7, but they have some expanded hours because of medical professionals who work at the hospitals. So I think you couldn't house them in actual firehouse facilities, obviously, just given the on-the-job exposures to carcinogens that our members already face. And it just kind of would be unwieldy and a little hazardous to have toddlers running around a firehouse, even though they'd probably enjoy having a field trip there every day. But so I think to the extent, I don't know enough about existing childcare centers. I've done a little bit of research, but I think it would possibly be a hybrid. And then it would also be a huge benefit to make these childcare workers employees of the District of Columbia, I would think, to elevate them. So I think we could spread them out throughout the city and in some existing locations and create some new ones as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Pemberton?
Thank you. Just from a logistical perspective, I think, ideally, these would be standalone facilities sort of located throughout the city, depending on where your assignment is. It would be convenient for you. But obviously, getting to a place where we're identifying properties and acquiring them and outfitting them to make sure that they're up to the proper standards, that sounds like a heavy lift. What I think probably makes the most sense is a hybrid approach, as President Hoagland said, where if we can identify existing facilities that have capacity, and we could start allowing our members to apply to get access to those facilities and sort of expand the program from there. I think that's what makes the most sense to everybody. I just know that trying to tackle something like that from the beginning, it probably sounds complex. So I think what makes the most sense is some kind of hybrid approach where we're looking at both options.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And there are about 120 centers in the city right now. What would be helpful is if either of you could help us try to determine what the number of members who would utilize this benefit now. I mean, I'm of course of the mindset that it would also be a helpful recruitment tool. But I continue to hear kind of anecdotally from members of both MPD and FEMS who are maybe mid-career or starting to have a family that this is one of the reasons that they're leaving. And so if we can start putting some actual numbers on that of how many folks would benefit, it would help us in our next steps.
I'm sorry, if I could just respond to that quickly. Both the union and MPD management sort of collaborated on a survey of its members, and I'm sure that we'd be happy to provide that to your office so you guys can see what those answers are. But if there's more specific questions beyond that, we certainly can research that and get it for you.
Okay, great. That would be helpful. And Ms. Blotter, I want to give you a chance to answer that question, but I also want to ask you your perspective. I appreciate you sharing those considerations that we should be making, and I agree with you. But from your perspective, working with this population and the needs of young people, I mean, do you have any insights into the way that we should structure something like this, particularly for 0 to 5 before pre-K begins, to do so in the best interest of both the employees who would be dropping off their children, but also in the best interest of the child?
Sure, thanks. DC Action is relatively agnostic about site-based, community-based. However, whatever the decision is, it needs to be tailored to what the children and the families need. So starting with a survey that DC Action would be happy to help work with our first responder unions to design and ask the right questions around the scope of the ages, the hours. Is this regular childcare? Is this ad hoc for when people are called in last minute to work the 16, 24-hour shifts? We'd be happy to help think through all those nuances that really go into childcare, because the child development space is so different for infants to toddlers to pre-K to elementary school age, and kind of the engagement style, the overnight types of needs are just going to be very different. And the other thing that we would be particularly concerned about is just making sure that as we are layering on additional access to free or affordable childcare, that we are also meeting the childcare workforce needs, because that is also a very precarious workforce in the district that needs to be receiving full and stable investment. We cannot be taking away people's pay every other year and expect us to have a childcare workforce that can work for our first responders or any family in the district. So we'd be happy to think through what that workforce needs look like. I do think that potentially further exploring the community-based model and how we can scale up with providers that we know are existing trusted providers located close to the high volume first responder battalions and districts would probably be a good first step, because they have the experience with hiring and developing the kind of quality programs that we want our children to be receiving, as opposed to the district potentially reinventing the wheel and trying to operate or hire their own early educators. But again, that could look very, very different if what the needs are is actually grades or ages 5 through 8. For overnight care, it might be a different need. So happy to partner further with this committee and with our union partners as needed.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. A lot to consider here. And I think you raise another really important point when we talk about particularly young children before they're school aged is one need, but we also have these overnight needs that could impact children much later ages who are out of school but still need supervision and support. So thank you very much for raising that, and look forward to working with all of you in the coming weeks on these important questions and to advance these bills. Thank you. I'm going to call our next panel. There are 5 of you. If I can ask that we bring a 5th chair, if you all wouldn't mind, to do this panel together. Demi Tate, Hubert Neal, Abrilla Jenkins, Janika Asima, and Brittany Saunders. Who are we missing? Demi Tate? You Demi Tate? Okay. Hubert Neal? Okay. Abrilla Jenkins? Abrilla does? Okay. And Janika? Okay, great. And Brittany Saunders? Brittany Saunders here? Okay, great. Okay, we will begin with Demi Tate, public witness. And it's just the 4 of you, so you can move your chair wherever you're comfortable. Thank you for that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the council, key legislative proposals, considerations, and recommendations from OUC. Inclusion of proposed legislative bill, the 911 First Responders Act in the NG 911 era, not classification, but limitation, but inclusion of the vital benefit and support of the public safety professional like firefighters and medics. Expanding childcare benefits while current proposals focus on free childcare for OUC employees with children, 23% of the workforce, broadening benefits to support a wider range of family needs. Recognition of first responders, call takers, and dispatchers warrant recognition like that given to medical personnel in the 1973. Mental health awareness. Highlighting mental health support is vital, especially as 19 states recognize PTSD, underscoring the need for adequate resources. We stand here asserting our identity as first responders. I am a man and a woman, just as historical struggles for dignity and rights echo through our profession. Public safety call takers and dispatchers are the true first of first responders. We are the first to hear cries for help and the initial contact during emergencies, serving as the first lifeline. We sustain life. We also are the first safety net for police, firefighters, and medics in danger. As we push for recognition, we also draw parallels with the ongoing fight for DC statehood. Both issues reflect the struggles for equality and representation. We cannot overlook the fact that for over 34 years, our roles have been misclassified and ignored, undermining our contribution to public safety. The assertion of identity as first responders draws parallels to historical struggles for dignity and recognition faced by marginalized groups, including minority communities and individuals with disabilities. 911 call takers and dispatchers emphasize the importance of acknowledging our crucial role in emergency responses, advocating for respect and recognition akin to movements for social justice. They highlight enduring systemic discrimination and obstacles such as the gender pay gap and racial biases that impede professional advancement. Recognition as the first responders is critical for validating their life-saving contributions and addressing the psychological impacts, including PTSD, associated with their work. We play such a critical role in saving lives and protecting property, then why are we merely classified as clerk? Why do we manage high-stake decisions and coordinate security for the President of the United States during major events like 9/11, January 6th, and the Navy Yard active shooting? Our responsibilities include de-escalating crises and collaborating with 29 law enforcement agencies. If we are merely clerks, again, why are we subjected to collective mental and psychological trauma and high-degree PTSD rates? This essential work speaks to the heart of our mission. We deserve acknowledgement for the life-saving contributions we do every day. For over 34 years, the DC Council has neglected the needs of 911 employees, resulting in disheartenment among the workforces. Historical patterns of ignoring concerns highlight the urgent need for change. Council members should also embody Mahatma Gandhi's call to be the change by prioritizing social justice and compassion, particularly regarding mental health resources for dispatchers suffering from collective trauma. Reclassifying dispatchers and call takers such as first responders and changing their designation from office and administrative support to protective service occupations is crucial for improving recruitment and retention in these essential roles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hubert Neal, public witness.
Morning, Chairman Pinto. Legislation for free childcare for first responders, including 911 call takers and dispatchers. This is a vital recognition and long overdue. We appreciate your commitment to public safety. As you know, 911 call takers and dispatchers handle approximately 1.7 million calls annually, averaging 2.5 calls per resident, the highest in the nation. The district processes more than 12 states. We handle serious mental illness calls slightly above the normal average. This highlights the critical role call takers and dispatchers play as a vital link between individuals in distress and first responders. We request formal recognition of 911 call takers and dispatchers as first responders based on our own merit, contribution to emergency response. Our role is crucial during the critical moments before the first responders arrive, which is typically between 3 to 8 minutes. The effective guidance of CPR from 911 call takers can improve the victim's chance of survival by recovery by 50%. While every minute without cardiac arrest, 911 call takers and dispatchers, chances of surviving decreases by 10%. In the US, there's approximately 383,000 cardiac arrests annually. Of this, 7,000 are children, with 3,000 to 400 occurring in DC. Our work saves lives nationally and 105 lives in the district. During those 3.5 to 8 minutes without CPR intervention from call takers and dispatchers, there's brain damage. We serve as a lifeline for cardiac arrest victims, directly impacting the lives in the high-stress situations. The emotional and psychological toll of saving lives in these moments is significant, affecting both victims and the call takers and dispatchers. Moreover, we face immense emotional, psychological challenges. Studies indicate that 18 to 24% of call takers and dispatchers meet the criteria for PTSD. This affects the brain, leading to increased anxiety, memory issues, emotional disturbances. A figure significantly higher than the general population is 10%. This mental toll underscores the importance of recognizing our contributions as essential public safety employees. The experiences of the DC Fire Department responders on the road also affect call takers and dispatchers as we absorb the psychological and emotional stress from radio communications and transmissions. That's my time.
You can finish your sentence, sir, if you'd like.
Yeah, and I'd just like to just go, currently 19 states, primarily Republicans, including Maryland, have recognized 911 call takers and dispatchers as first responders. I don't see any reason why we in DC, the nation's capital, #1, why we shouldn't be first responders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janika Asima, public witness.
Yes. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, and good morning to all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It is an honor to represent the hardworking members of the Office of Unified Communications and DC residents. DC has made significant changes in how it recognizes emergency personnel. The DPM instruction number I-1259, effective January 4th, 2017, has highlighted important roles of communication operators, moving away from traditional views that often overlook them. While DC has begun to include communication operators in discussion about emergency personnel, they are still not officially recognized as first responders. This formal recognition is important as it will provide better support, training, and resources for them. The roles of call takers and dispatchers have grown significantly. They are no longer just the first point of contact. They are vital throughout the entire emergency process and response, showing how interconnected emergency services truly are. Despite the progress since 2017, there has been little legislative action to formally recognize these roles. As a result, many advancements remain symbolic without real policy changes. DC has been more progressive than any other states in recognizing emergency roles, but the lack of comprehensive legislative action could hinder support for all emergency personnel. Call takers and dispatchers handle about 240 million 911 calls every year, making them essential to emergency response. While first responders typically include police officers and firefighters, dispatchers play a crucial role in starting and coordinating these services. The DC DMP instructions 1259 recognizes them as essential for public safety, but not as first responders. This gap limits their access to vital resources and protections. Recognizing call takers and dispatchers as first responders is crucial for several reasons. One, coordinating responses. They manage communications between different agencies, ensuring first responders get timely and accurate information. Two, triage and prioritization. Dispatchers access the urgencies of calls and allocate resources effectively, which can save lives. Three, mental health supports. Official recognition will grant access to mental health resources, which is vital due to the structural nature of this job. Recognizing them as first responders would enhance emergency management and public safety in DC. Excluding them undermines the efficiency of emergency services. In conclusion, DC has made strides in recognizing the roles of call takers and dispatchers, but formal recognition as first responders is essential. This change is vital for effective emergency response and support for all critical roles. Without this classification, improvements may remain theoretical. Continued advocacy is needed to ensure that all aspects of emergency response, especially behind the scene roles, are recognized and supported. 34 years of commitment and 34 years without proper classification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear testimony from Abriela Jenkins, which will be read by Nebeluel Abra.
Yeah, I'm gonna fill up for her. Before that, I'm gonna show the council member what it look like healthy brain and a brain with PTSD. So 18 to 24% of all takers and dispatchers brains look like that. It affects its function of the brain. This is our bill we have, so we request you guys to include the existing bill. And I would like to thank you again for doing that. And this is the first time in 34 years somebody care for us and write down those first responders, including with the firefighters and police officers. It means a lot to us. The correlation between retention and reclassification, critical assessment of our role as call taker and dispatchers. The emergency response system in the United States, managing approximately 240 million calls annually, relies heavily on our dedication as a call taker dispatcher. We serve the first point of contact during emergency, orchestrating timely response that means a difference between life and death. However, despite our crucial contribution, we face significant challenge, particularly in staffing and mental health, which are exacerbating our current professional classification. This paper explored the correlation between our retention and the proposed reclassification of us as protective service occupation. The staffing crisis and emergency response, one of the primary issues, pledging public safety communication center to a high vacancy rate, which is seated around 25% nationally. Factor contributing to this staffing crisis is inadequacy compensation, being first responders, unable to be first responder, lack of recognition, not to be first responders. Approximately 60% of us reporting seeking employment elsewhere due to the feeling of unappreciated, diminished status, feeling little. These conditions led not only burnouts, also discourage new talent from entering the field, establishing vicious cycle that jeopardize the integrity of emergency service. The role of reclassification. What are the benefits? Enhance professional status, recognizing our contribution, elevating our status to that of the first responder, acknowledge the vital role we play. 2, increase benefit and eligibility. 3, enhance job satisfaction and recruitment and attracting new talent. Reclassification as first responder, essential for Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please make sure that you submit your testimony for the record so we can include it and re-review it and have it in the committee report. I really appreciate all of your testimony and all of the work that you do every day. I hear you loud and clear on the first responder designation and how important that is and the important benefits that you all and your colleagues deserve. And that we should continue to try to invest in with you to make sure that you have the tools you need to do your job most effectively and most sustainably. So thank you very much. We all really, really appreciate it and look forward to continuing to work together on these important bills. I'm going to now call our next panel of witnesses who are joining us virtually. Dave Statter, Jessa Santagello, Adam Eidinger, and Debbie Knox. If you can please accept the invitation to join as a panelist from my team. And once you're on, we will get started with Dave Statter, Safety Advocate 911, Statter 911 Communications. Mr. Statter, are you here?
I am here. So sorry.
No problem. Please begin when you're ready.
All right. For those who believe the new transparency bill forces OUC to be transparent and accountable, I'm here to tell you it doesn't either. Instead, it codifies the same bad behavior by OUC and the Bowser administration that has kept the public and families who have lost loved ones waiting for the truth. When a serious 911 mistake occurs, the director knows within hours exactly what happened. That's because everything is recorded. The Bowser administration then spends the next days, months, and even years making sure that the council, the public, and grieving families never learn the truth. It's what happened to Mrs. Billy Shepherd in 2020. You may remember her daughter Sheila collapsed and died. OUC let the family think that it was possible the bad address came from Sheila's 13-year-old daughter who bravely did CPR on her mom. The mistake was actually by a 911 call taker who entered the wrong quadrant. In 2022, Aja Griffin tried to find out why police weren't promptly dispatched to help her dad in crisis. During a similar council hearing to this one, then Director Karima Holmes promised to reach out to Ms. Griffin in a couple of days, following an after-action review with police, fire, and EMS. Ms. Griffin is still waiting for that call. The current OUC director knew pretty quickly why fire, EMS, and police were dispatched to the wrong bridge after a car plunged into the Anacostia 18 months ago. Ms. McGaffin still refuses to reveal what the lone 911 caller said about the location, and that information is also missing from the useless HCMA report. The district dogs flood is another cover-up. The computer printout still being withheld from the council and was left out of another absurd HCMA report. That's because it shows that Director McGaffin, exactly what Director McGaffin refuses to say, that 2 call takers failed to enter into the computer that people and dogs were trapped in rising water. And finally, there's the August 2nd computer crash and tragic baby death. Director McGaffin said no mistakes were made, even though a dispatcher made a huge mistake, delaying paramedics by more than 10 minutes. Your bill's 45-day wait for yet another misleading HCMA report is not a solution, especially considering that the council gives MPD just 5 days to release often graphic body camera footage of an officer killing someone. Ensuring OUC transparency and accountability is actually very simple. Pass a law that requires OUC to release 911 calls and CAD printouts whenever a FOIA request is made. No more hiding behind dubious privacy claims, no more cover-ups. And also require the director to release those same documents and a timeline within 48 hours of any critical incident. And please end this ridiculous notion that there must be an after-action review and another bogus HCMA report. These aren't fire, EMS, or police errors. These are 911 mistakes. And the director knows almost from the start exactly what caused them. If passed, all this bill will do is make the council complicit, during the next OUC cover-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Statter. Jessa Santigello, VP Business Development from Upwards.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the City Council. My name is Lily Alexander, and I will be presenting on behalf of Justice Santangelo and as a representative of Upwards. So, childcare is an issue faced by first responders nationwide, and the challenges seen in the District of Columbia reflect a broader national crisis. Upwards is proud to support many first responders, including the U.S. National Guard and the Baltimore Police Department, by designing and administering childcare tuition assistance programs. We strongly advocate for policy that makes childcare more accessible and affordable, particularly for first responders and other families who work non-traditional hours. To meet the unique needs of these families, a mixed delivery system is the most effective solution. This model does not rely solely on on-site childcare centers. Rather, it includes licensed family childcare providers. By including these in-home daycares, the city can create a more equitable childcare system, one that respects the diverse cultural preferences, care needs, and schedules of all families. Building childcare centers can take years, often 2 to 7 years or even longer for new construction. Given the urgency of the childcare crisis, particularly for first responders who require immediate support, a mixed delivery model is ideal. Family childcare providers are ready to serve now. These providers meet and often exceed the same standards and regulations applied to larger centers. Importantly, family childcare homes are also predominantly minority and women-owned small businesses, offering quality care and empowering local economies. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Adam Eidinger, Public Witness.
Well, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council members. This has been a very interesting hearing, and I've learned a lot already. I was asked by a friend who has worked at OUC to weigh in on an issue that's very sensitive and can't really be discussed openly. For those of you who don't know, I was the proposer of Initiative 71 that legalized cannabis and home cultivation in the District of Columbia through a ballot initiative approved by the voters by a margin of 70%. And at the time of the approval, I don't think people were considering public workers, people who work as first responders or teachers, that they would be excluded from this reform, but they have been. And in particular, I'm referring to these folks at OUC who I believe are first responders and deserve benefits, but they also should be treated based on their performance, not based on whether they have cannabis in their system. And so despite random drug testing that is performed on them, as well as all safety sensitive positions, is my understanding, still for cannabis, it's my understanding that they're performing fine, and that people have to skirt the rules. They have to actually provide synthetic urine to pass the test. So by not addressing the society's normalization of cannabis, we're turning our first responders into liars in many cases by not treating them as equal citizens. I got about a minute left, so I'll summarize. I think we need a policy across the board for all first responders that cannabis is okay in your free time, and not 8 hours or sooner before you have to report to duty. I also think it's just outrageous as someone who has done a lot of phone banking in my life to imagine being on call for 12 hours, or now I'm hearing 16 hours, sitting in chairs waiting for emergency calls to come in one after another. It's just crazy to me. And where's the money for this? I mean, we have money to buy a new arena, but we don't have money for our first responders. I mean, this has got to be a priority. And I think it's, behooves this committee to really fight for the funding. I can't believe people are working more than 8 hours a day at this job. That's crazy. And I just want to say, as someone who's called 911 a handful of times in 32 years of living here, I've always had I felt they took great care. So these workers deserve to be treated right. And I guess I'm out of time, but I just want to weigh in. It's time to normalize cannabis for first responders. That will help you retain workers. Plus, it helps reduce stress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eidinger. Debbie Knox, President, NAGE R3-07.
Good afternoon, Councilmember, Chairman Pinto and council members. My name is Debbie Knox. I am the president of the National Association of Government Employees, R307. There are just several items that I would like to touch on. The first is the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act of 2024. When I read through it, my only concern up front is that you want this after action report to occur, or after action meeting to occur after there's been a failure. I think that it should occur when things have gone well too, because I believe that they need to, all three entities, the police department, the fire department, as well as OUC, need to come through and just sit down and discuss what worked, so that they can replicate those same things when something else occurs. You can already have that established. The next item I want to talk about is the Childcare for First Responders Act of 2024. I believe that this is something that is awesome, for us in public safety. And, when you talk about the facilities being established so that the employees can go and have their children dropped off, there is a place here. It's an annex building. It was here when we arrived in 2006. It was basically developed and created for childcare. But from my understanding and from just from my awareness, it was funding that it did not remain there. Right now, our training unit is over there, but we have a building on site that was put together in 2006 when we came here just for what you're talking about, childcare. So that's something that you guys may want to look into. I also want to talk about the power phone. My colleagues, I want to thank them so much for coming in and speaking to you guys to also give their perspective of what's going on at the OUC. I have reached out to my members as far as their concerns with power phones. And some of the concerns are, when they're engaged in a call, they're taking the information, they have the classification that's been identified, but the caller may say something. And what that caller says, when they type it into the CAD using Power Phone application, if one word can trigger to change the event type. And then what happens, the call taker is trying to get the event type changed back to what they originally said it should be so they can send it. Now, oftentimes what we've seen is that event type will come to the zone with information that's not there. And when I ask, what's going on? Why isn't the information there? It's because of the system Power Phone changing the event type. So the call taker basically has to go back in and they have to recreate another event record, so that the information that they had is put into that system. And then also their concern is that it asks too many questions. Oftentimes, especially on the police side, when you receive a CAD event record for a call, you'll get the classification, you'll get all the questions that Power Phone states to answer to ask the citizen, but we're still waiting for pertinent information, vital information that we need in order to dispatch someone to a location. So we're still waiting. The clock is still ticking, waiting for that information. And it takes a minute. And we may either, as a dispatcher, call the supervisor, have them go to the call taker, or we'll call the citizen back ourselves. And the majority of our shift, that's what we do. We have to call the citizen back to get clarity on different matters. The next thing I want to talk about is the 911 reclassification. The director and I just had a conversation, Director McGaffin, and we were talking about we really don't have to reinvent the wheel because there is another entity, another emergency communication center that has have already put a bill in place and already classified their employees in the emergency communication center as 911. They're professionals, they're public safety professionals. So, and she was saying that she believes it was New Orleans because I said, yeah, they have basically the same political structure that we have, which is a mayor and a city council. So someone out there who has our same political structure has already done it. We just have to basically do the research, find out what they did, and just go ahead and implement it. And then closing, I want to talk about the staffing and management. Staffing is the way that it is, and what I've said to many here is because of management. I've always said that we need to change management. One of my members talked about management not knowing. You know, there's certain managers that don't know what they do and cannot help them. That is so true. We have managers that are in place who do not know and cannot assist with what we are doing. So if they're in the front line and basically the managers are the ones who give us guidance, give us support, give us what we need in order for us to effectively do our jobs. So if the managers are there and they're not well versed on what we're doing and they can't assist us, then what can we do? You know, we can only go off what has been told to us. And so if the managers, as I continually say, stay in place and they're not basically held accountable as we are, then we're going to continue to suffer and sustain the things that we've been sustaining right now. The one more thing I want to say, dispatchers that we have here, and this was from your last roundtable, your first roundtable, they talked about training dispatchers. So the dispatchers, from what I'm gathering, that's been told to us in our roll calls, they're going to receive 2 weeks of classroom training, then 2 weeks of sitting next to someone who's supposed to be their certified training officer, CTO. That's not feasible. Okay. And the reason why it's not feasible because you're calling it a refresher course. How can it be a refresher course if we haven't taken a call since 20 years ago? It's not refresher. We've been trained on ProQA. We've been trained on ECBD. Now you're training us on PowerPhone. And we just heard PowerPhone's only been in existence for 6 months. So we've been trained on all these 3 different.
Ms. Knox.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to cut you off. I'm going to have some questions for you, but I just want to make sure you summarize your very over time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I will actually have a question for you to start with anyways, which is when you talk about this other jurisdiction that you've worked in designating the first responders in a kind of similar mayor council structure, we'd love to work with you on how they did that so we can try to drive that forward as well.
Okay.
Mr. Eidinger, I want to ask you about something you raised about cannabis testing. So, you know, on one hand, if someone comes into a shift on Monday, why is it relevant what they did or what they consumed or if they used cannabis or had a beer or whatever on Saturday night? On the other hand, alcohol is very easy to test for in live time to see if somebody is sober. And so I hear you on the piece to normalize it. But how would you recommend that the rule that you suggested that you can't use cannabis, you know, within 8 hours of your shift starting be enforced?
I think it has to be enforced really based on the person's performance. I don't think there's an easy way to test for use 8 hours prior or even 2 weeks prior because it's going to test the same. I believe the metabolized cannabinoids remain in your system for up to 30 days. So when you do a urine test, you're kind of, you know, you're catching the person for using cannabis at some point in the last 30 days. That's not a good test. A blood test is an option, and that gives you, I think, specificity up to 24 hours. But even that is problematic.
I really think it has to be the person comes in reeking of cannabis. They're out of it. They're not focused, and it's just obvious they're under the influence. I think that's where, you know, you need the union and management to work with this person and be like, you have a problem, and we need to get you not using, because even a person who maybe have been doing this job for a few years becomes an alcoholic in the process. Do you just throw that person away? No, you try to get them counseling. You try to get them to stop the abusive behavior of the substance, any substance, as far as I'm concerned. So, and try to retain them, because it's like, you know, if you can get them through this, they'll maybe end up working another 10 years or 20 years. So, yeah, I think for PTSD, people are self-medicating already, and they're having to cheat to keep their jobs. And we saw this all throughout society,
Yeah.
you know, so we can like apply it still to this group that's still under the pressure of drug testing.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you so much for raising this really important issue. Appreciate it. And as we think about getting people in the door and making sure that their job is being honored and respected and supported, I think it's a really important consideration. So appreciate it. I want to turn to you, Mr. Statter. So I understand you have raised some skeptical concerns about my transparency bill. And one of the concerns that you've raised is that it provides for an insufficiently independent structure to review these review and produce the after action reports. You raise worries that OUC and HCMA are not releasing the full information for errors and for incidents. And so what do you think would improve the transparency law, recognizing the privacy concerns that some callers may have in not wanting their most urgent personal moment to be released in the public in all instances?
First of all, I know the intentions were very good with this bill. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to be hypercritical here. But I think we're complicating the process, first of all. I don't think there needs to be for each one of these incidents an after action review. It's often just an OUC problem. It's not the other agencies that you're bringing together. It's diluting what the problem is. And those answers are known almost immediately. And I can show you in one incident where there's a letter an email from then the OUC Director Karima Holmes to EOM and to the deputy mayor about what happened in an incident that was pretty complicated, but she knew within hours and laid it all out for them, but they withheld it from the public for 6 months. I think that the other issue here is as you say, the lack of independence. I think a lot of this can be just solved by allowing FOIA to work. And the privacy issues you mentioned, they're overblown. Things can be redacted. Those documents don't belong to Mayor Bowser. They don't belong to Ms. McGaffin. They're public documents. They should be seen. Yes, redact for private information. Yes, if there's a police incident where somebody's a witness or something like that, we don't want to expose them. You redact the address or any identifying marks. But that is public information that should be out there. And these claims of privacy are overblown, and they should be looked at critically. And you should get experts in to tell you why this stuff should be released immediately.
Thank you very much. And in terms of HCMA and other agencies' roles, you know, one of the things that we tried to do in structuring it this way with the additional review period is to ensure that there is a place for other agencies like MPD and FEMS to be a part of the review, to say, hey, you know, we appreciate that's your perspective with what happened with the error, but actually here's what we were seeing on the ground with dispatch, and that would build in additional perspectives and a balancing so that a fuller picture of the truth can come out after that 45-day period.
I wish that were the case, but it isn't the case. HCMA left out in 2 of the incidents that they wrote a report about, completely left out the critical information that showed what happened. And what happened were mistakes at OUC. In District Dogs, 2 call takers made mistakes. I've got the CAD report. It shows they didn't put the information in the computer. That's a mistake. Never mentioned by anyone. It's not in the report. It was available to them within hours, and they knew it immediately that those call takers did wrong. The same thing, we still don't know the answer for the Anacostia River. It's just a way to delay and to hide behind this delay process without giving us the answers that are needed and that the director knows within hours. It's just a way to delay things.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I want to ask you, Ms. Knox, about the childcare centers. I appreciate in your testimony you spoke to this a little bit. But in terms of the needs from your understanding of your members about the age of child, we talked a little bit with one of our earlier panels about providing childcare for infants to 5-year-olds before pre-K 3 begins. But there's also an additional need or there may be, for children who are a bit older but need supervision and support if their parent or grandparent or guardian is working an overnight shift, for instance, working a weekend shift, working at non-traditional school hours. And so what is your sense, if you have specific numbers or a general sense from your members about what the childcare needs are and would be? Ms. Knox, are you still here?
I'm sorry, I was talking, the mic wasn't on.
No
Okay, so
problem.
it's been a need for a very long time. It's just because we're in 2024, it's not really anything any different. A lot of my coworkers, a lot of my members, they have families, and oftentimes they have to leave their children with other family members or friends. So having a on-site childcare facility would give them comfort. They're already coming to work and dealing with a stressful job. So, but knowing that their children, their infant, their toddler, their teenager even, because teenagers can really get into some mischief. So when the parents are not around, so it would be very beneficial, for my members to have a child care facility on site. But I just want to say, if funding was an issue before when we came here, what's different now? Because in your legislation, you say the mayor would pay for it. And, they go to the CFO and all that process. What's different now to say that the funding would be available in order to support this program?
Well, thank you for that. I mean, just like any bill or initiative or program with a cost, we'd have to fund it in next year's budget process. And that would have to be laid out with a high level of specificity and follow-up to ensure that it was sufficiently funded and structured in a way that would best meet the needs, which is why I want to make sure that before we pass this bill, we are working with you and your colleagues and our first responders to make sure that it is actually responsive to what the needs are. So I really appreciate your perspective on that. Mr. Statter, I want to ask you, at the last hearing, we spoke with Director McGaffin about the August 2nd incident, the day that an infant died. Is there anything else that you think is necessary to understand from that day, from OUC's perspective?
I would like you to get a better explanation from Ms. McGaffin on this idea that there were no mistakes. I listened to that recording for a couple of hours. There were a lot of mistakes that day because of lack of training. I think the most important thing that you could do, besides getting clarification on the idea that a dispatcher failing to verify if units are responding is not a mistake. You started to ask that question last time. She never answered it, and I think we got away from it. I'd love to hear that answer. But maybe just as important or more important is, why was it so chaotic that day? And that goes back to training. And I would love for you to get the training records prior to August 2nd and the drills that were conducted on how to handle OUC when the main computer, the dispatch computer, crashes. And that needs to be drilled regularly, and there needs to be good training on it. Most 911 centers do that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Statter, and thank you to all of our public witnesses in this panel and who joined us today. Your perspectives have been invaluable to us. There's a lot of topics we're covering today with staffing and recruitment and retention, but also our 2 additional bills around transparency and childcare coverage. And so really appreciate everybody being so nimble and speaking through all of those many topics. I'm going to now invite our government witnesses who are joining us today. We've been joined by Heather McGaffin, who's the Director of the Office of Unified Communications, and William Clint Osborne, Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I do want to recognize we've been joined by my Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman, and we'll do rounds after we hear from our government witnesses. Welcome to you both. Thank you. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you both to turn your microphones on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the council and the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you both. Now, I'd like to invite you, Director McGaffin, to make any opening statement you may have.
Absolutely. Before they leave, I think some of them are leaving. I just want to thank the employees of the Office of Unified Communications. They are dedicated heroes each and every day, and I'm really glad that the public got to see some of their faces today. They represent the 400 dedicated employees of the OUC. So thank you all. I know some of them gave up sleep to be here. So, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, Council Member Fruman, committee members, staff, guests, and the viewing public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I'm the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. I'm here today to provide oral testimony on B25953, the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act of 2024. First, I'm going to begin by formally recognizing the nearly 400 employees of the OUC and by stating again how fulfilling it is to lead this team. OUC is comprised of dedicated professionals charged with answering the call on either 311, 911, or in a support role for the two most used telephone numbers in the District of Columbia. And each year nationwide, nearly 240 million 911 calls are taken. Of those calls, we know the dedicated call takers in the district took 1.8 million of those in last year. And from those 1.8 million calls, we received 309 Freedom of Information requests. We do our best to fulfill those requests while maintaining the confidentiality of the caller who made a call at what was possibly their most vulnerable moment. Nationally, the two largest industry standard-setting organizations, the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, as we know as APCO, and the National Emergency Number Association, NENA, have not set a standard as to how the release of 911 records should be handled. Therefore, 911 centers must do what is in the best interest of the 911 caller. The records that an Emergency Communications Center or an ECC typically have and receive requests for are 911 audio and a computer-aided dispatch report. CAD is defined as a computer-based system which aids PSAP telecommunicators by automating selected dispatching and record-keeping activities. CAD reports show the initial time the call was taken, when it was ready for dispatch queue, when it was dispatched, and when units were dispatched, en route, and available. CAD is available to all call takers, dispatchers, and each field responder for both FEMS and MPD via their mobile data terminals. CAD reports contain a plethora of personal information, including people's medical conditions and history. HIPAA doesn't prevent dispatch centers from communicating all information necessary for EMS response and treatment to EMS agencies. And while patient names shouldn't be given out unless truly necessary, a dispatch center may transmit any information necessary to facilitate the EMS treatment of a patient. However, this does not mean that the agency should release this information publicly, even via a formal request. Currently, OUC releases 911 audio to the caller only. CAD reports for private residents are released to residents who can provide a government-issued ID or document to show proof of ownership and/or residence of the location. And for public locations, the CAD report and call can be released with the caller's identifying information redacted. The call-in records may also be withheld if there is an active investigation or litigation underway. However, the OUC uses prudence and legal exemptions when fulfilling requests, including those found in the Code of the District of Columbia, Section 2-534, exemptions for disclosure. The bill, as written today, would require the public release of the CAD report, transcripts, and recordings of the 911 call with no regard to privacy and does not consider the use of redaction. There are often times when callers can be easily identified by their voice, a certain phrase they use, or a description they give of someone or something. For an example, a caller may state that they don't want to leave their name and want to remain anonymous, but then they advise they're calling about the people who live upstairs. If we release the call or the CAD report, the public would easily be able to determine the identity of the caller, and that information may be used in a retaliatory manner. CAD reports and 911 audio also create risks to the privacy of OUC call takers and dispatchers. There have been documented incidents across the nation of threats and harassment of 911 centers and to 911 staff because of errors. Protecting the privacy of 911 call takers is important as legislative decisions are made because they adversely affect the retention of good responders. When assessing whether and how to release data from an incident, we must assess the rights of OUC employees and consider their privacy and safety as well. OUC makes every effort possible to give generalized information when able to. For example, there are a number of homeowners associations who receive a list monthly of the number of 911 calls to their buildings, void any identifying information. While there is no national standard, I was able to obtain information through the network of the National Association of State 911 Administrators. In most states, there are no specific laws on the release of 911 information, and the decision is up to the ECC as to whether they release information or not. New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, Maine, Montana, and South Dakota have laws that protect the privacy of 911 calls, and there are a few instances where calls are released. Some of the 6 states I've just mentioned will share a redacted transcript in lieu of a call. Colorado shared they have a broad open records policy unless there's a narrow set of criteria met. The mission of OUC is to protect 911 callers during and after they make their call to the OUC. There have been several instances recently where requests for 911 calls could have been catastrophic or traumatic if released to someone other than the caller. 911 calls can and have been used for people to identify witnesses, and in a few rare instances, those witnesses were then intimidated, causing further issue in the judicial proceedings of a case. For example, a child in fear of their life called 911 and requested police assistance. Days later, the adult of that home called and wanted to know who called 911. Had we been required to release that information, what further harm could have been done to that child? OUC receives countless calls for domestic violence victims, and we have a duty to ensure their privacy. There's a second example where a woman recently called and advised that her daughter had taken her last breath while on a trip to Washington, D.C. She adamantly asked that we not release the call made to 911. Recently, it was reported to our agency that a person outside of district government obtained a copy of a CAD fire report. The individual used information available on that CAD report to call the family and encourage them to call the media, request the audio, and let the media play that audio. The family was curious and asked me how that individual received their information. This action is not acceptable and jeopardizes the safety of the family and the integrity of the situation. It also shows how re-traumatization can be triggered by people who don't fully understand a situation, but rather are curious and want to know more information or highlight an error the agency made. The unfettered releasing of information due solely to curiosity or public interest will have detrimental effects, even if just to one person. The safety, physical, and mental health of the public who would be impacted by the release of information is our priority and truly needs to be considered prior to any public release. Once we release the information, there's no control over who has it and what can be done with it. It can become a soundbite on a show, it can cause further harm, and it will live on the internet forever. It is also important to note that transcripts and CAD reports are often evidence in court proceedings, and the release of those documents are withheld for the integrity of an investigation or proceeding. This legislation, as written, does not take those instances into account. While I stand committed to being as transparent as possible, I believe it is an expectation that 911 calls are private between the caller and the agency responsible for responding to those calls. Oversight is vitally important and welcomed, but there is a way that can be done without compromising the integrity of a 911 call sensitivity. Releasing calls to the public simply for the public to understand the circumstance that gave rise to the incident only further increases the chances for secondary trauma and does not address the root of the cause of the incident. And I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director McGaffin. Director Osborne?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, Councilmember Fruman, the ghost of Councilmember Allen, and assorted staff. and those joining us in the room and online. My name is Clint Osborne, and I'm the director of the District of Columbia Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, which is a mouthful, so I'll just call it HCMA from here on out. I'm here today to testify in opposition to Bill B250953, the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act of 2024. This bill would require HCMA to draft after-action reports, AARs, after any incident caused or exacerbated by a possible failure of emergency response. As proposed, the bill does not align with HCMA's mission. Rather, the bill creates overly burdensome oversight, does not align with industry best practice, and is overly vague and broad. Our mission is to create a comprehensive, district-wide, multidiscipline, public-private homeland security and emergency management enterprise to support saving lives, protecting property and the environment, stabilizing the community after an incident, and meeting basic human needs. As an aside, I do want to acknowledge and thank the 144 plus members of HCMA who are training right now today to do just that. The HCMA team ensures that district agencies, businesses, and residents are prepared to prevent, protect against, respond to, mitigate, and recover from all threats and hazards. And if that sounds like a lot, that's because it's a lot. As part of our role, we leverage the expertise and capabilities of other agencies through our role as a coordinating agency before, during, and after events and incidents. In this coordination role, our agency drafts after action reports, or AARs, on an as-needed basis. These reviews are designed to identify opportunities for improvement, and our team is well practiced and experienced in the methods, time commitment, and candor required to perform this essential task. The success of the process relies on the fact that these reports are not typically released to the public, as we often lean heavily on information and interviews that would not be easily provided, if at all, if our reports were widely circulated. These reports are fundamentally different than the types of AARs that Bill B25-0953 calls for, which would be better described as audits. For after-action reports, or AARs, our agency follows a nationally recognized process known as the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program, or HSEEP, of which after-action reports are but one part of a continuing cycle to improve our processes. Many of our employees, me included, have taken week-long FEMA courses in HSEEP, and while these trainings are essential instruction for performing these types of reports, they don't provide guidance on business practice analysis or audits. HCMA's role is to coordinate incidents and events that have a district-wide impact. We do not and should not assess general agency or specific employee performance and do not have specific expertise in emergency call taking and dispatch. Instead, public safety agencies regularly undertake internal quality control analysis. The Office of Unified Communications, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Department of Fire and Emergency Medical Services have ample authority to assess their members and employees and ample oversight from the Executive and Council, the Office of the Inspector General, and the Office of the DC Auditor. As HCMA would not expect any of these agencies to have the expertise to assess our daily operations, HCMA cannot appropriately assess theirs. The scale of the reviews proposed in this bill are also far outside of HCMA's capacity. In a typical year, we complete approximately a dozen AARs, each of which, depending on the complexity, can take weeks or months to complete by multiple people within and outside our agency. For comparison, last year, the Office of Unified Communications handled approximately 1.8 million calls for 911 service. This resulted in nearly 800,000 event dispatches for MPD and FEMS, as well as more than 3,000 incidents requiring OUC to provide CPR instructions. We're proud of the work that they do as fellow members of the District Public Safety Cluster, and they are very busy. It would be a massive undertaking just to do the initial screening for the 1.8 million calls, even before accounting for the actual reviews themselves. For HCMA, because of the broadness and vagueness of the bill, we estimate a need for as many as 75 additional FTEs to implement these requirements. Other agencies like OUC and FEMS would also need to dedicate full-time staff to this process. This sort of consistent and regular workload would also fit very poorly with HCMA's role and mission. All of our staff, in addition to their steady state roles, fill roles in our Emergency Operations Center during activations. We're currently preparing for the November elections and presidential inauguration, as well as, I'll note, the January 6th National Special Security event that Mayor Bowser requested. This is in addition to things like the continuing hurricane season and the upcoming winter weather season. There are several periods each year where agency staff members are busy with activations while simultaneously filling the remainder of their time with updates of essential plans and procedures to prepare the district for emergencies and support the district agencies competing for federal grant dollars. A new stream of constant 911 reviews would massively disrupt the sort of discontinuous workload common to emergency management agencies. We agree that introspection, analysis, and improvement are essential for keeping the district's residents safe. However, our agency mission and processes are incompatible with the audits envisioned in this bill, which goes against emergency management and homeland security industry best practice. No other city in the United States is performing reviews of this sort or at this volume, nor scope, nor do they use their Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency to perform the reviews of other individual agencies. The audits called for in B 250953 will not improve public safety. For the reasons listed above, we cannot support B 250953 as proposed, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Osborne. Oh, always an interesting thing when we hear from public witnesses that the bill is not nearly strong enough, and then we hear from government witnesses that the bill is way too strong. Usually to me, that's a little bit of a marker that maybe we're headed in some sort of good direction, but I hear you and I appreciate your testimony. We're going to do 10-minute rounds. Councilmember Fruman. So I want to start, Director McGaffin, with a follow-up of some of what we talked about last hearing and kind of close some loops. Specifically, we had asked for an update of 3 CAD report incidents, and I want to thank you and your team for getting those together and getting them over to our committee. They are quite voluminous, and so we are still going through them ourselves, but we really appreciate that continued focus towards transparency that is a really big piece of this fall in our collaboration. Speaking of CAD reports, we are still waiting on the CAD report from District Dogs. This is the incident that Councilmember Parker and I asked for in February. Can we ask that you send that to the committee as well?
Yes, we will look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. We started to talk about last time the August 2nd incident as it relates to the tech outages.
Sure.
Do you have additional information you can share about drilling for those types of tech outages and if they were performed before this outage or if they have been performed since?
That's right. So they were done before. We have changed the form. Actually, before August 2nd, the form was changed because we worked with both call takers and dispatchers, and they acknowledged that they needed some more space in some places or different things. And I think we've also provided a copy of that to each of you, the paper form. And so that is happening in roll calls more regularly. That is also happening in initial training. And then as we have folks that are taking their dispatcher training classes, it looks a little bit different what you do with that form. So that's a integral part of that training. And I also owe you the update on the citywide exercise where we'll shut down CAD. So we're still working through the logistics of that. That working group under the deputy mayor's purview still meets. They met yesterday afternoon. As you know, the chief and I don't attend those meetings, but members that were here today attend those meetings, and the union presidents from FEMS and OUC also attend that. And so that is their goal. They're finalizing some things about how that exercise will work, and we'll certainly let you know when we exercise that. So that's on pace. But we are drilling that. Last year alone, the OUC offered and was attended by our employees 27,000 hours of continuing education. That doesn't account for the hours of initial training. So that's just training for the people who have been out on the floor doing the work as call takers and dispatchers. I made the requirement when I came for 40 hours of continuing education each fiscal year. Everybody met that and exceeded that in some instances, and everyone, myself included, did at least 40 hours, totaling 27,000 hours of continuing ed.
Thank you. And in terms of what happened on August 2nd as well, and we've talked a lot about this in the last couple of months, but this question of were mistakes made, by whom, when, it continues to be a question mark as to when the verification was made, or if it wasn't made, why not, that the dispatchers had actually arrived. And so can you clarify when the inputs were placed that dispatchers were needed on scene, did OUC or the person taking the call double check to ensure that the dispatch had arrived? And if not, is that not usual practice?
That's right. So in the recording, the engine 20 that was on scene asked what ambulance did they have coming. The dispatcher said that they had, I believe it was ambulance 20 coming. They tried to raise ambulance 20. They quickly replaced ambulance 20 when no one answered up. The unit assignments were given to us by FEMS dispatchers. They are the ones who confirmed because they were talking to the Fire Operations Center. And that's what we said then. That's what happened. The Fire Operations Center had the units. It was a fire flow liaison that said, these are the units that you have coming, handed it to the dispatcher, and they were the ones talking to them on the radio.
Okay, so that makes sense at the initial, that the dispatch engine number was provided by FEMS, but then when that person did not arrive on scene, is it customary practice that the OUC call taker would follow up and double check to ensure that the dispatch had arrived?
The engine got on scene first. They're just down the street there on Connecticut Avenue. They got there. They asked, what engine do you have? They said, you have ambulance 20. They tried to raise ambulance 20 and they did not answer. And so the engine said, I need an ambulance. And we said, yes, we're already working on it. They were already going back, getting a second ambulance. I don't have that timeline right here in front of me, but we have provided that. That was all was happening very quickly. The audio that is out there on the internet is a lot of disinformation because it's missing a big part of the conversation. And I think that that's the kind of thing that I worry about with the Transparency Act, is that you have to know the full story to make it make sense. And you have to really know what's happening. The piece that's out there is a frustrated engine driver saying, I've been on this channel for a long time, and I'm paraphrasing, I've been on this channel for a long time, and I've been saying this is what I need. He's not talking to OUC. He's talking to a battalion chief who asked him what he needed. That OUC did what we needed to do. He got on scene. He recognized that he didn't have an ambulance right there. He asked who was coming. The dispatcher raised the ambulance, didn't get a response. We immediately replaced it with the Fire Operations Center.
I appreciate that, and that makes a lot more sense. I guess what I'm
Sure.
trying to understand is when he arrived on scene and the ambulance was not there, would it be normal practice for an OUC call taker before he even arrived on scene to double check to verify that who we dispatched is actually coming?
That's right. So in a typical scenario, when they have computers, they put themselves en route. So we dispatch them to the scene. They put themselves en route. They go from the color on the screen for the dispatcher goes from black to red if they are beyond the 60-second en route time. They have 60 seconds to respond. If they're beyond that, then we raise them again. We call their station to re-alert them,
And
or we
was that
dispatch somebody
done-
else. We didn't have CAD, so they didn't have their computers. So
Okay, so
it was all.
is it fair to say that type of follow-up was not done on August 2nd in a way that it normally would be if the computer system was up and running?
Right, because we didn't have that indicator. We got a sheet that said, these are the units that are coming to you. Okay, the engine went on scene. Great, the engine said, who's my ambulance? And
Thank
then the
you.
rest.
I think that makes sense, and I think that will be an important part to drill for when
Absolutely.
you all do the system outages practice of if follow-up is customary, then we need to figure out an analog way or a backup system
Absolutely.
to do.
We've and I think they've discussed a lot of different things, even like kitchen timers to, for each piece of apparatus, because it's really hard when you're dispatching multiple calls to remember who's at their minute mark and who's not when you don't have a system to tell you that, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. So at the last hearing, you testified that in this month of October, 31 trainees would be released to the floor, which includes 20 911 call takers, 7 FEMS dispatchers, and 4 MPD dispatchers. Has this happened yet?
So yes, some of the dispatchers are a little delayed just because they didn't feel comfortable. We want them to feel comfortable. We want to have that two-way conversation. But 22 call takers have been released out to the floor. And the police dispatchers. So
So the 7 FEMS dispatchers have not?
yes, so yesterday, we had 14 MPD dispatchers, which was the first in a long time that they were overstaffed. So yes, they are released, or we're doing some follow-up to get the people who just had some gaps that they self-identified to get them solid, and then we'll release them out.
Okay. And when can they be expected to be released out?
Probably within the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
We want everybody to feel comfortable. It's a tough job, so we don't want to put anybody out there that's not fully comfortable.
So speaking of folks being comfortable, and I just want to ask this last question before I turn to my colleague. Last hearing, we talked a little bit about these 12-hour shifts. And I am of the mindset that we should be having 8-hour shifts for call takers and dispatchers. I think 12 hours is too many. I understand practically when we have such a shortage in staffing, we've got to answer the phones and people are in emergency and crisis. And so you had to make some changes as a result of that. But I was concerned when you said a second piece of it, which was along the lines of, well, some people may prefer to have 12-hour shifts because then they could get another day off every couple weeks or something like that. And while I want to be sympathetic or responsive to what the feedback you're getting from staff is, I think just at a fundamental kind of safety level, from burnout, from making sure that there's sufficient staffing and people taking breaks, that I want to make sure we are on the same page, that if we're able to get the staffing up, that the goal and the standard will be 8 hours.
The goal and the standard is always going to be what is best for both the community that we serve and the people who do the job. Because what happened when this agency, 10 hours is also another very common shift to work in a 911 center. And we're doing all this work to staff, but then if we go to 8 hours and all of our neighbors are working 12 hours, then if people decide that they want to leave here and go to a 12-hour shift because that's what they like better or that works best for their family, then we're taking a step back for recruitment and retention. And so it really is a balancing act that as the director, I really have to be cautious of not just what am I doing here at the OUC, but what are our neighbors doing? Because in the United States, we have the highest concentration of public safety answering points in the NCR, in the National Capital Region. So folks can leave, they can go to other jurisdictions. Everybody's experiencing staffing shortages. And so I just have to find the right strike, if you will. And that makes it difficult.
Okay. Thank you for that context. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all the witnesses who testified earlier today. Staying on the staffing thing, if I heard it correctly, 22 of the 31 that you expected are in place, have been released. There's one or two police, and then there's 7 who have yet to be released. Is that right?
So we have a couple, they're in various stages on dispatch. As of Monday, as of Monday, all of the call takers have been released. They're on their own. They're not in the CTO process anymore. They've all gotten their DORs or their daily observation reports. They've met their requirements to be APCO certified call takers and can answer the phone by themselves. Dispatch is sometimes a little more complicated. And so we do check-ins with them. Are you feeling comfortable? We also want to make sure that they've gotten each kind of scenario that they would be responsible to handle on their own. And we can't decide what emergencies happen. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer because we want to make sure that they understand how to work a structure fire. We want to make sure that they know how to work a robbery. And so we, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer. And so we're still on target. We're not delaying it months, just probably a couple more days or weeks to make sure that they feel fully comfortable with anything that they might be handed.
Yeah, I mean, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just curious where we are. And so 22 been released, the dispatchers, there's somewhere between 7 and 9 that are still in the pipeline to be released.
Right, and some of them have been, some of those 9 have been, and I just don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay, and so then what's the next cohort look like?
So thank you. I have 15 new call takers starting on November 4th. That will be their first day with us.
And they will have been fully trained and released on November 4th?
No, they'll start their initial training. They'll be new DC government employees.
Great.
And then I have 7 more coming to us on November 18th. And then that will, there are also 22 vacancies, not to complicate. This number 22 is going to come up a lot today. So we have 22 that were just released, and we have 22 vacancies because our dispatch role is a career ladder movement. So I have to be very strategic. I have to hire people and then move people because I can't have dispatcher trainees in training because I lose them from the call taking function.
So I guess, I mean, my bottom line question is, how far away are you from your goal to get to full staffing?
So I have the 15 new ones starting on the 4th, then 7 coming in on the 18th. And then I have 11 dispatcher positions open. And we've actually put that both in-house and out-of-house because we've exhausted the people who could career promote. So we've advertised for that nationally. And on October 1st, we added 6 call takers and 6 dispatchers. So I'm still looking at the January 25 to have the positions filled.
To be fully staffed.
To be fully staffed is still the goal.
And feels like a realistic goal.
It still is feeling realistic.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On the some of the concerns about the bill, and maybe Director Osborne, I'll go to you first on this. When I read it, so there's got to be an after-action report when there's a possible failure of emergency response. So it does have that word possible, but it looks like that's defined as any mistake or lack of adherence to protocol that resulted in serious injury or death for which there's reason to believe, and then there's a list of provisions. I mean, I'm wondering how many of those you think there are. And I can read it, you probably have it, the 911 call was not answered or dispatched. Police, firefighters, paramedics, or other first responders were delayed in arriving on the scene. Technology failing occurred. Any related negligence or wrongful actions occurred. So how big a number do you think that would be?
So I think the first thing is the assumption that we know that from the start of a call, right? And we don't know that from the start of the call, right? We've already discussed a number of situations where the context of the call, the research and analysis that goes into the front end of that call is absolutely essential to determining whether one of these three is, or one of those circumstances has been met. I think the other thing that's really important, Councilmember, is that there's also that caveat for really any suspicion of a failure of the 911 system to trigger an after action report. And that, like, taken in whole, the whole process, as we've said, 1.8 million 911 calls a year, right? Just the front end of assessing that call by call by call would be an absolutely monumental task.
So I hear you, but I see it as, and maybe this is a drafting thing, but that I see the possible failure as being defined in that section of the law, which is more limited. It does still face the challenge of how do you know which ones included those kinds of mistakes? So I will want to grapple with that. But I hear the pushback on the idea of having these kinds of reports, but you understand the concern that we all have and people in the public have about transparency when there are issues. And frankly, it's just institutional that, nobody likes to fess up to their mistakes. And then you have a situation where the public is questioning you and you may feel good about where it is, but without transparency, alleviating that suspicion in the public about how things are operating is a problem. So if it's not this, what is it? How do we have kind of an ironclad guarantee of transparency where there's a feeling today, and you may feel like it's not a fair assessment, but there is a feeling today that there isn't transparency. So how do we either address that issue or build confidence in transparency going forward?
For me, I think there are just things that need to be taken into account in that when people call with issues, I do my best to call them myself. I call them myself. I talk to them. I really try to understand what is happening, and I really try to get them a real answer, a reason. And we hold people accountable. And I know that I say that, but we do. And I always invite people to come and see what we're doing and how things are captured, and that the things that are sometimes out there isn't what is really happening in a 911 center. So I think it's a couple of things. I think it's educating the public about what 911 is and what our real capabilities are. I think that's part of it. And I think it's being transparent with the things that we can be. I just don't know that when I look at line 79 of the bill, the 911 call was not answered or dispatched in sufficient time. Is sufficient time the 20 seconds? Because we know with the current nationwide staffing shortage that we're also experiencing the effects of, that out of 1.8 million calls, that's about 60,000 calls. So would Clint's team have to look at every single one of those? I think that there are things that we can do. I think it's enhancing our dashboard. I think it's about educating the public. I think it's about putting out the things that make sense and we can put out. But I think what sometimes happens is we've talked to people who were directly affected by the incident, and they're not the ones asking for the release of the information, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, what I experience, and I have constituents reach out all of the time, is they hear about an issue and they're terrified that when the moment comes for them, that they're going to have this issue. Or you see something posted on the listserv of, I had to wait a certain amount of time. And I hear you that I don't doubt that you're totally diligent and reach out to people individually, but anecdotal isn't going to do it. And it's actually, I believe, in your interest to have maximal transparency here, because there is an issue of confidence in the agency. You might not feel that that's fair, but there is an issue of confidence. And so then how do you address that? And it's, I think, by getting clear information on the table so the information answers it, not you personally one call at a time.
I appreciate that very much so. I do, Councilmember, truly.
Councilmember, can I also speak to one other issue? I don't recall if you mentioned line 84 any other time when there's a reason to believe residents of the district would be served by the production and publication of an after action report, which I do want to flag is that's just an open-ended potential requirement for this. Again, what is described and what is conceived in here is not an after action report in the practice of emergency management around the country as an industry. What is described here, Director McGaffin has already, I think, discussed the ways that we seek to achieve these, except for the first one. But an after action report, this is not an after action report. This very quickly becomes an engineering analysis rather than what our agency is trained and built to do.
So I have to go. I mean, it's a shame. Oh, you have something?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I think the chancellor for DCPS is testifying right now too, so it's an unfortunate confluence. I'll just say, So I hear you on open-endedness there, and you want to have the universe be more manageable if something like this were going to happen.
Much.
So that's one thing. And then I also hear in the testimony concern about privacy issues. And I do think there are ways to refine these things to address those kinds of concerns. But fundamentally, where I am is I think it is very deeply in your interest for there to be more transparency. And so how we craft that, that's a question. But I think we should all, and maybe you especially, should want it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. And I think you raised a really important point too, Councilmember, around the distinction between the information that the victim or the call taker might want versus the public. And Director Osborne, you talk about this clause in the bill, which I can see could be very broad of being in the public interest to know about it. But there are instances, to the council member's point, where it might not be, you might not be a particular person or family member affected, but you have heard about it on the news. And so you want to know that that was an error that has been rectified, that there are now steps in place to make sure when you call or when anyone in the city calls, it won't happen again. So let's talk a little bit more about the bill Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act. As we've been talking about, the bill would require HCMA to conduct an after-action conference after a possible failure of emergency response within 5 days and to release within 45 calendar days the after-action report to the public with any personal identifying information redacted. So what are the current procedures and policies in place right now when it's determined that there has been a critical operational failure, error, or incident? And kind of walk us through at each level, who makes the determination that an error has happened and how do we go from there?
Sure. So errors are typically discovered by a supervisor or dispatcher. And then they report that up to the operations manager and the deputy director. That information then goes into our tracker system and we begin the investigation. We pull all of the records. We pull the CAD reports, we pull telephone calls, we pull screenshots because we're recording screens in the center so we can see what call takers and dispatchers are doing. We can get MPD or FEMS involved if necessary. We can pull technology from the MDTs if that is necessary. We look at everything and we try to recreate what happened. So we look at everything and we even go back to the recordings when the call hits the system. If somebody says they call and we can't find the call, then we reach out to our neighbors, knowing that we share cell phone towers with some of our local neighbors. We reach out to them, we get any information that they might be able to provide us. We try to recreate that call, and we also pull in the radio. And then we create a timeline for that call. We look at things. Sometimes things are very clear what happened. Sometimes things are not as obvious as to what happened. In that case, we talk to call takers, we talk to dispatchers, we bring them in with their union representation, we speak to them, and we start to go through that process of interviewing to see if they can remember anything and everything. Very rarely can we not figure out what happened. In the cases where we cannot, then we can go to outside sources and seek help. I have a situation in this moment where somebody said that they called in and something happened. We can't see anything of that. Councilmember Nadeau brought it to our attention. And so I've called the resident, I've talked to the resident, I've talked to Councilmember Nadeau, and we've turned everything over to OIG because I'm just at a wall. And so we're not doing anything. I don't believe in the dead ends. We're trying to explore every avenue that we can.
And how many times a year would you say that type of incident analysis happens?
I believe last year we looked at 67 incidents, but we'll be sure to get the committee the exact number.
Okay. So how do we get from 60,000 that you estimated that this current bill would trigger to the 6,000 that you currently do?
So line 79 of the bill says the 911 call was not answered in sufficient time. And I said it would be around 60,000 if you're using the 20-second mark, because we know that we have calls that we're not answering at the 20-second mark because of the staffing shortage that not only we are experiencing, but the nation is experiencing in 911. And so my point there was that we just have to decide what sufficient time is, not just for this moment in time, but for the future directors who sit here and you know, may have to execute on this legislation.
Okay, I understand that. And, you know, in that case, as I talk about a lot, transparency in this way is not, and the same with the dashboard that we established in Secure DC, it's not just transparency for transparency's sake.
Sure.
It's also to guide forward changes. And so I can see in an instance where it's just about the time, that's not necessarily going to result in a longer term error.
A longer term error.
Okay. My understanding is that the Freedom of Information Act or FOIA requests are very limited when it comes to call recordings or transcripts, and that only the caller can request them. Is that the case?
That's right.
Okay. I'm very concerned about protecting privacy rights. I think that this is important for a number of subsets of people. You know, domestic violence survivors stands out as a particular group that may be concerned, but really for any reason, someone may want their most intimate, distressing moment to not be released to the public. But besides redacting personally identifiable information, how else could this bill allow for accelerated release of documentation while still protecting the caller or the victim's identity?
Sure. I think we look at a couple of different things. Our general counsel, the FOIA office is under her purview, and they look at a couple of different things there. They look at, is this still under investigation? If it is under investigation, if there's a pending personnel matter, if we have, if there's pending personnel, if there's any sort of investigation, we do talk with the general counsels at both FIMS and MPD if they have an investigation going on, or if there's any sort of hearings or judicial proceedings, then they typically ask for us to hold those until we those have kind of gone through there, so that they're not just out there. Because once we release them, we have no control over what happens to them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So one of the ideas that we've heard floated today and over the last several weeks is that with body-worn camera footage, when there is a officer involved shooting, it can be released to the public. Of course, the family member can veto that release for any reason. And so what do you think about a model like that?
I think that that is fair, as long as we are making sure that we are talking to the person who made the call, if that makes sense. We do get a lot of calls from children too, and I just want to make sure that they're protected, because sometimes they're calling about the person who's supposed to be their guardian, if that makes sense. And so even if that person is the homeowner, even if that person is the owner of the phone, what does that do for the child? And luckily, you know, 211 sits on our call floor, and so we do have kind of direct connection with them, and we work really closely with CFSA. But I just want to make sure that we're protecting our most vulnerable communities when we talk about the release of records as far as 911 calls.
Thank you very much for that. Currently, our computer-aided dispatch that we refer to colloquially as CAD and other reports are confidential and are not disclosed to the public, including after-action reports. Do you know if this is unique to the district?
So the 6 states, as the state administrator for 911 here in Washington, D.C., I am part of NASNA, or the National Association of State 911 Administrators. So I reached out to my fellow state 911 administrators. The 6 states, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, Maine, Montana, and South Dakota, have laws that protect the privacy of 911 calls and CAD reports. The only 911 administrator that got back to me that said that they release pretty much everything was Colorado.
Okay. And is that also true for FOIA reports?
Some of them said that FOIA, it's a case-by-case basis.
And if it's case by case basis, then who would make that determination? I mean, I know there are
So
states, but
in most states, 911 is a county level service. Each county has a 911 center. So we're a little bit different in that sense. And so a lot of the responses that I got back said we leave it up to the individual 911 center or the county. I don't have contacts for every single county, unfortunately.
okay. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of under our current structure, how unique is it? I mean, even just those 6 states, that's a pretty small number. And if this bill structure, and I hear Director Osborne's concerns around HCMA, but as we try to determine what the appropriate standard is, that comparison is very useful.
I think we could all benefit from a little more research on that realm as it relates to CAD. And we're happy to be a part of that and understand that better.
Do you have a difference of opinion between the public release of CAD reports, the release of FOIA, and the release of after action reports? Because the latter, presumably whether under the current law or any changes to the law, has a series of checks and inputs into it, that there are a number of agencies that will be involved, that a determination's been made, hey, something happened and we got to look into this. Like, does the after action report warrant a higher degree of public input and scrutiny?
So I think after action reports, in my professional opinion, really tell a story that people can understand. I feel like when I read after action reports, I really have an idea of what was happening, and it's in terminology that makes sense to me, somebody who might not really have an understanding of what it is that I'm looking at. And so I'll answer a question that Councilmember Allen posed to me last time we were here. Good afternoon, Councilmember. And that was about the one CAD report between a 9-year-old and 9-month-old. And if you were just looking at a CAD report, I can totally see where that would be the case. But what you're not seeing is like screenshots where it says if it's in PowerPhone, or now called total response, if it's in months, put a 0 before it. And then the very next question is the person under 1? You say yes. And so that information, if you don't have the full story, it grows legs and becomes misinformation or disinformation. And so I think if we're just putting out CAD reports, we're going to have to educate the entire viewing public who's interested in a CAD report what every single thing is, because these CAD reports have a lot of abbreviations. They have a lot of things on there that I don't know that a regular person who wasn't a 911 professional or firefighter or police officer who saw them every day would really understand.
Okay, thank you. Director Osborne, I hear you on the concern of the breadth of responsibilities that HCMA already has. And thank you to you and all of the hardworking folks at HCMA for all you do to keep our city safe. What do you think would be a more appropriate structure to get at our intention, which is under a limited series of circumstances when there are errors or there are issues, to make sure that there's a holistic review that includes input from MPD and OUC and FEMS that can be told in a story to drive forward improvements and shared with the public? If not HCMA, then who should be responsible?
Well, I think first of all, I think Director McGavin has made a compelling case for the challenges with this. And I would underscore, in addition to that HCMA, when we do after action reports, it's generally multi-agency. It's generally for more significant events or activations. And we rely intensively on the agencies themselves to produce the records, to help us craft the narrative. We get credit for writing after action reports, but the reality is we will have drafted it and we will have had multiple rounds of review. And that's if we're the agency tasked with writing the after action report. I think that there are a number of options for oversight and audit that exist already within the district government framework. the regular series of hearings that you've been having speaks to that. I think the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of the Auditor all provide different options that could be scaled to different types of incidents. I think what is sort of like the particular challenge with this case is that this, in many ways, is aimed at addressing a specific problem with a specific agency, which is a peer agency to ours. And the vast majority of the conversations we've had and the discussions that you've had here today are actually for OUC, right? And even in that case, OUC looking at something with MPD, both of those agencies have the capability to sort of sort through that, as Director McGaffin has been able to speak to. It does require, and I think it's really critical to understand the amount of care that the people that get tasked to do audit and analysis on these things put into this. So I think that we're better suited to stay in this space where it's multiple agencies, it's an escalated emergency. A lot of what we're talking about is emergency response. And we really focus our after action protocols around escalated incidents, multi-agency, significant impacts to district operations.
Yeah, but you all are currently doing after action reports because when these issues do happen, they are multi-agency. They do include OUC and MPD or FEMS. So from our perspective, it only made sense to continue on giving them to HCMA. That was meant to be a clarification of the category that we're including and something you already are doing. It's my understanding that the executive would be very opposed to establishing a separate entity to do this type of work. And so to now hear that you're opposed to this entirely, it feels a little bit confusing as to how we're going to get to a place where we are using the operational structures that you already have in place, but doing so with a little bit broader of category.
Right, and I do want to clarify again, like we support openness and we support understanding. And as I said in my testimony, our goal is process improvement, right? Our goal is always process improvement. But I think the dozen or so after action reports that we do a year are aligned to the types of incidents and the types of activations and the type of expertise and knowledge set that I just described. And again, we traditionally do not get tasked with the types of audits or after action reports that are envisioned in the bill as written. And I think it's important. One of the witnesses mentioned the car that went into the Anacostia River. We didn't write that after action report. We provided OUC support and a framework and a concept, but they wrote that. Other after action reports traditionally that we get tasked with and that we're scoped and scaled and have the expertise to do are more of a traditional multi-agency emergency response, not a highly technical initial public safety response that involves an audit of 911, very, very protocol heavy partner agencies.
Okay. I mean, that specific instance, and I'm sorry, Councilor Allen, I'll turn to you in a moment, but that particular instance that you raised from August 20th, 2023, where the car went into the Anacostia River, the degree of specificity that the after action reported was pretty high level. And so it didn't provide the full set of insight that I think is necessary and called for with an incident like that, a tragic incident like that. So everyone can be on the same page again to understand that incident and to have confidence that moving forward, it won't be repeated. Okay, let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Allen, for a 10-minute round.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you both for being here. Director McGaffin, I'm also going to start off by questioning the reprogramming request that was submitted by the executive on October 9th, 2024 to reprogram $2.8 million from OUC, specifically from 911 call taker and dispatch positions. Why is the $2.8 million being removed from the agency?
That was vacancy savings from the fiscal year. And so those were positions that weren't filled. And it was for 10 call takers and 15 dispatchers, and we had existing vacancies compounded with challenges from the onboarding process. And so I used some of that for some incentives in the year, but the extra, I can't do anything more with that because I can't sustain that in the years moving forward. And so we were able to, between our two funds, get everything that we needed. I was able to provide employees with what I could, as is allowed. And, you know, as we're filling these vacant full-time positions, we were not going to have these large surpluses moving forward.
So how much of the unspent funding did you keep in the agency?
So I don't have exact numbers in front of me, but we spent probably close to about $500,000 in incentives. So we did the incentives for attendance, and then there was also another incentive earlier in the year that everyone got.
So we spent about $500,000 on incentives, but then shipped out $2.8 million.
So, and also, right, but because that's money to cover full-time positions. Those are positions that I didn't fill, but that I will have filled in this fiscal year because I have funding that is, or I have people that are starting, 15 starting on November 4th and 7 starting on November 18th. So just those 22 employees, those are salaries. I mean, that money is salary money.
Right, but since we're not carrying that forward, the funding doesn't carry forward. So at what point during FY24 did you realize that you were going to have this substantial underspending and not filling the vacant positions?
So we meet with our ACO. I meet with him monthly, and when we decide, it was probably late summer that we knew that we weren't going to be able to fill these positions by September 30. So mid to late summer, we knew we weren't going to be able to fill those positions. And trying to be a good steward of taxpayer money, we had everything that we needed. We have, there are things that we needed. I know the technology is a question. That's all capital. That's all different funds coming from different money. So
are you saying that not until 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, for the 3/4 of the fiscal year, you thought you were going to be on pace to do the hiring, and only in the last quarter you discovered $2.8 million is going to be underspent?
That's right, because if I would have brought people in, I would have had, if I was able to bring employees in, I would have needed that money to cover their salaries.
What was telling you for 3/4 of the fiscal year that you had that many people lined up and ready to come on to fill it?
We had thousands of people that were coming into prospect days. People were failing out at the last step of hiring.
But in our last hearing, we talked about how the thousands that enter the process in the pipeline, that percentage hasn't changed in terms of what we actually see all the way get through.
So at the beginning of the year, last year, there was a lot of things that were happening. We had to work with DCHR. We had to get the position open full time. We had to get these prospect days going. We then had to repurpose some money and get that money allocated for the psychological exams and for the drug testing, suitability tests, and things like that. So I was being very ambitious, hoping we'd have everybody in place by the end of the fiscal year. That wasn't the case, shooting for the end of the calendar year, but now we're in a new fiscal year. So we have some funding left over. There are some things that the supplies
it's not
that
just a
didn't
little
come in.
money left over. It's $2.8 million. So what did you
There won't be that moving
propose?
forward.
Well, I'm focused on what's heading out the door right now. So what did you propose to the executive to spend the funding on? You said about $500,000. Did you propose anything for the other $2.8 million?
No, because the other things are paid for from a separate fund because of the 911 fund.
These are local funds.
Correct. But everything else that we needed in that time, and is there something that I should have done with that money that you're suggesting? I mean, I'm open to ideas,
So I'm trying
thoughts,
to
and
ask,
suggestions.
how long have we been saying that we have a staffing shortage, that we're having problems at OUC? And we've heard for a long time from workers that they have outlined, even today, things they felt like could and should be added to help support recruitment to come in, retention, employee wellness. So when I see an agency that we're trying to work together to help have $2.8 million go out the door, I think it's appropriate to ask, what could you have done with that $2.8 million to reinvest back into the workers, into the workforce, into that recruitment? So we had a reprogramming come to spend the money on something else. We could have just as easily had a reprogramming come back to say how you'd want to spend the money differently. That's what I'm trying to find out. What did you propose could have been done differently rather than just have the dollars go out the door?
I started a wellness program with reprogrammed money. Our employees were concerned about their safety with the shelter and the shared space there. So reprogrammed some money that I think you approved last week to reopen a second gate. When the employees come to me with things that they want, I do my best to make those things happen. 27,000 hours of continuing education aside from initial education, a wellness room that the ribbon cutting is on Friday for. There are limitations to what I can spend money on, and I don't want to be frivolous. I want to be a good steward, as I said, but I also have to make sure that it's sustainable in the future years. So I understand what you're saying, and we can certainly look at other ways, but a lot of the things in the 911 world are not just one-time spend and done. If I brought in more wellness program people, I'd have to be able to pay them next year too. And so just finding and striking that right balance is not easy. I hear what you're saying, and I will take that, moving forward. But I do listen to the employees and the things that they need, and we're working towards the same common goal, I hope, of making sure that they're taken care of and the residents are taken care of.
What is the incentive that of the $500,000 or so? What were the financial incentives for the workforce?
So there was a retention incentive in May of this past fiscal year, and then the incentive in
Sorry, what I'm asking
September.
is how much?
That was $800 as well. That was $800. And then also I had earmarked funding for recruitment incentives, but then that money came from a different pot for the citywide incentives. So that was money that I had allocated that we then didn't need to use. So, also we have to look at the positions as we're growing our frontline operational staff. We also have to have support staff to support those roles. So additional HR staff and different things that they need. We didn't have any unmet needs that employees came to me and asked for last year. There are some things that certainly we want to expand upon and that we're doing this year, but we're really trying to listen to our employees and understand what they need so that they have good life-work balance, because this job is tough enough without me or anyone adding to that.
Okay. I feel like if I had $2.8 million, I'd love to figure out what we could have done differently with that. And I think it is important for us to think about from a budgeting perspective when we see vacancies and promises of what's going to fill them, how we appropriate the money. I want to ask, at last month's hearing, we talked a lot about the recruiting class coming in.
Right.
And very excited to have the new folks coming in. At the time, when there was a big Washington Post story, the agency had said that with an incoming recruiting class of 31 and planned job offers, the agency was set to see its call taker vacancies drop down to 11. As I said in my opening statement, as of yesterday, OUC told us there were 27 call taker vacancies. And in a question that was asked previously in this hearing, that recruiting class has started, except for the fire dispatchers that were delayed. So help me understand the discrepancy between saying that we would get down to 11 vacancies and having 27 as of yesterday.
So you got that number from Mr. Kemp, our assistant OCFO, I believe. Yes. And so I asked him the same question. I said, we're showing this many vacancies. So we're my HR person and Mr. Kemp are on the phone talking about the variance there. And so I have 15 starting on the 4th and I have 7 starting on the 18th. Those are call takers. And then if you remember last time, we also talked about dispatcher is a career ladder move. So I can move dispatchers when I can backfill their call taking roles, because I take them off the floor for between 6 and 8 weeks to do the training. And so what I don't want to do is take them away from call taking to put them in a dispatcher class. And now I have vacancies in call taking, which equal longer wait times. So 22 people, it's the same. It's not the same 22 people. It's 22 different people. 22 call takers were on Monday, finished their training. They are answering calls on their own. And then I have 22 new people starting in November. And then I also have since then had 6 separations. I had a couple have gone on. One is becoming an MPD officer. One went to be a police chief in Prince George's County. A couple people are retiring. And so the good news is I have a pipeline. And also on November 14th, I have 300 people coming in for a prospect day. And those are retirees from FEMS, MPD, or people that we met at the public safety hiring event only.
Okay. There's a lot of numbers flying around
Sure.
there. So here's what I'd ask, and with the chair and through the chair, because we have the discrepancy between what we're getting from your ACFO and what you're outlining.
Okay.
I'm assuming Chair Pinto, it's okay with you to have feedback back through the committee to
Absolutely.
me so that we can break that discrepancy down and understand what we're seeing and why those numbers aren't adding up.
Yes, we will do that.
Okay, I appreciate it. I had one additional question if I could, because Mr. Osborne, I hate to leave you out of everything.
Please feel free.
Switching gears to one of the, I'm not going to ask you about OUC right now, but I ask you one piece of legislation. So one of the questions that I have seen asked about HCMA doing the after action report and making it in that public way is an inherent conflict in that as the agency director, you're appointed by the mayor, you work for the executive branch. So the question I've seen is how can it be trusted when there is a difficult tragedy happens? And if HCMA is the one doing the report, how do I truly believe it is an independent review that could take place? I will go ahead and tell you, my experience with HCMA is that you don't pull punches. You've been pretty good at calling it like you see it and being able to do that type of review. But that's one of the criticisms I've heard is how would we look at HCMA as an independent entity when they are part of the executive branch? And I want to give you a chance to respond to that question.
So I think this is inherent. It's an inherent challenge that we have. We do, and I appreciate your acknowledgement that we do endeavor to be very, it's not even just not pulling punches. It's, and you can see this, I hope it comes through in the after action reports that we write. We try to be simple, clear, and focused on positive outcomes. How do we make a change if we identify an issue that happens? Without going to an agency that's independent of the agencies doing the after action report, I don't have any way to do that. The option that we do from time to time, resources being available and the need being there, is we will, to create an error gap, we will sometimes, and it's a standard practice across the country to bring in an outside firm to do an after action report. We do that for a couple of reasons. One is to just create that extra sense that there is an outside perspective, right? The second is sometimes, especially if we know that an after action report is going to be long, big, detailed, and extensive, we may just look at the available staff that we have and everything else we've got going on, and we may say, you know, this one is best to put out. We may do some hybrid of that. For the COVID after action report, which we're still working on, we actually brought in outside copy editing because we just looked at the project and said, we don't, right, looking at everything else that we've talked about today going on in the world, we just don't have that capacity to do that. And frankly, the skill set's pretty tough to do that kind of technical editing. So those are some of the ways that we can do that. And I don't know if you were in the room, but earlier, you know, I think there are agencies there are agencies, the auditor, the inspector general, Director McGaffin talked about, she hit a point with something where she needed to get help with it, and she went to the inspector general for that. So I do think without creating any new pathways, there are options for doing that. And then I think it is incumbent, and we try to be very respectful of the trust placed in us by the community, the council, and of course the mayor and staff. And we try to be as objective and as plain spoken in our after action reporting process so that people can look at that and say, yeah, I mean, I I feel like they're not editorializing. I feel like what the narrative is that you talked about, Director McGaffin, being able to like read and understand it. There's a challenge there, and there's a fine line that we have to walk to take the language of in many cases, very technical subspecialties of public safety or emergency response or government operations and turn them into something that's digestible. And I do think, again, I think I mentioned to Chair Pinto, this is the care that we put into that, the reviews to make sure that little things, there's no passive voice, right? It's got to be clear who did what, who said what, who sent what, so that we can really see, you know, the timelines match up with the narrative, match up with the outcomes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to both directors. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Director Osborne, I just want to be really clear. Is it the position of the executive that it would be better to have an independent agency review errors and incidents at OUC?
It's the perspective of HCMA that we don't have the technical skill set or the capacity to do these types of reports. I think, you know, Director McGaffin talked about there's room for additional study on other options, but I can only speak for HCMA on this one that we just don't, it's not the right fit for us as an agency, and I can speak more on that. I think I've covered sort of the big hits in both my testimony and the questions.
Okay. I just have one other question for you, and then I know we'll turn back to Director McGaffin. So we talked a little bit about the distinction between the 60,000 cases about that you estimate that this bill would open up for an after action report. I can certainly agree and hear that that is a bit broad, just from a practical perspective. And then Director McGaffin talked about 67 events or so that would trigger under normal course and under the current law. So how do we get from the 67 events to the 12 after action reports that you talked about performing on average a year?
So I think they're not the same. The 12 is not a subset of the 67. And what I mean by that is the 67, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Director, the 67 are events that their analysis of their own calls or some level of outside call for evaluation came in, and they looked at the 67 calls that they wrote. When I talk about the 12 that we're doing, I'm talking about the COVID after action report. District dogs was an example that some folks have mentioned because it was multi-agency. It was in response, the district was in response to a massive storm. It was a natural hazard emergency that we had. I'm talking about things like after action reports after inaugurations and January 6th and things like that, those types of events. So the 12 or so that we do a year are really focused on multi-agency response to activations and then significant emergencies. I don't want to in any way imply that the emergencies and that the challenges called out under the bill as written are not an emergency for someone. I don't want to make that, I want to be very clear on that. It's that the focus of the work that we do is on interagency operational coordination and overall citywide response to major emergencies. And there's a pretty significant difference between the types of incidents that we get called in and tasked to write an after action report for, if we're not already writing one, right? And the types of routine public safety emergencies that 911, police, fire are executing every day as part of their core daily operations mission. And it's important to understand that OUC, police, fire are all great partners when we are tasked and when we wave the banner that we're going to do a major citywide after action report. They contribute in the spaces where it's relevant, and they're excellent partners in that space. But it is what we're looking at during those after action reports is how did our system manage under load during an emergency? And I think it's a key distinction, and why I've tried to be very clear. and I say this again with no intent other than clarity, when we say after action report, that is the term of art that we're using in the Homeland Security and emergency management space. And I only clarify that our assessment under the bill is that these are audits in that they are more akin to the types of process engineering audits that we would expect to see in the core public safety mission of those partners. And it's not anywhere in the United States where the Homeland Security and or Emergency Management Agency is in the process of auditing partner agencies. And I would flag one other thing, as Councilmember Allen raised the issue of conflict of interest, is there's a potential for a conflict of interest that we're over auditing or under auditing for some other reason our partners. Now, I'm telling you, from our perspective, that's not a concern, but from the public's perspective, that certainly could be. And that's something we want to avoid.
Is that not a concern under the current structure?
It could be, but again, I think that the nature of these calls and the technical aspects of the calls, Director McGaffin just walking through one of her CAD reports gave me shivers. You know, it's over a dozen pages long. It's highly technical. The material that's in there, we're not positioned to do that kind of technical review. And I think that's why I've just been very careful to distinguish the when and why and the type of reports that we produce as an after action report versus the types of more procedural and process oriented things that the agencies are better positioned to do themselves.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I want to thank you for being here. I'm a big believer in the legislative process, and so I invite you to work with me and my team in the coming weeks as we explore options for increased transparency. Thank you, Director Osborne.
Thank you.
Director McGaffin.
Yes.
Let's talk about some of our specific numbers for staffing to get an update of where we are this month. So I'm just going to run through some of these. How many 911 calls were placed this month so far?
I do not have that number in front of me.
Okay, no problem.
About 50,000.
About 50,000. What percentage of these 911 calls were answered in 20 seconds or less?
So when I last looked at that number, I believe it was about 77% of them.
Okay. Do you know how that compares to last month?
It was about the same.
Okay. How many shifts did not meet the minimum staffing target levels for this month?
For October, I will, in full, honestly, I haven't looked at it because I look at that number towards the end, but I will tell you, yesterday fully staffed, today between 10 and 2, there were 12 dispatchers on police, but all 8 channels were filled. And at 2 p.m., people came in to make up that staffing to 14.
Okay.
20 call takers and 8 FEMS dispatchers.
Okay. I think that would make sense. We're only on October 23rd, I think, but it would be helpful as we do these check-ins to have these numbers so we can see month to month how we're improving. Okay. Do we know how many call takers worked overtime this month?
I don't. I will say this anecdotally is that mandatory holdovers, from my understanding from my operations managers, are going down. That we have call takers that are certainly doing their voluntary overtime because we do have people that do that. But the number of holdovers, especially with more people out on the floor now, is decreasing. I mean, on Monday, we released 22 call takers. So that's 5 per shift. 2 shifts would have gotten 6. So that's 6 people on each shift that are now able to answer calls that weren't able to do that. And then that also frees up the CTOs who, I think the last time you were there or Lloyd was there, that they were partnered or in tandem because we had training going on, chairside training.
Okay. So I guess if we don't know the specific numbers for this month yet, as we think about what we're going to do for next month, do you know what it's going to take to get our shifts up to 100%? How many positions are we short of that goal?
Yes. So once we have the 22 coming in November, they will be fully on their own by January. And then we will have to take into account anybody who gets promoted. We have some supervisor roles open that some of them have applied for. One of our call takers, 20 years, just became a trainer. So we have some upward movement, and then we have some movement out. One, like I said earlier, one went to be an MPD officer, one went to be a police chief somewhere. So that's always a cycle that we're going to have. It's kind of like laundry. It's never always going to be done. And so what the good thing is we have a pipeline. So we recognize that we have these 6 vacancies. And so we have 300 people that we can pull from and quickly put together a prospect day and have them come in and do their testing and get them started.
Okay, but in terms of how many positions we need to fill, let's start with call takers.
Okay,
for
so call
instance.
takers. So the 22 will be filled in November, and then according to our HR, we wouldn't have any more. According to the numbers that we're trying to find the delta on, there would be 6 that we needed to fill of call takers.
Okay, and if, let's say there are 6, and let's say we fill that 6, would that empower the agency to have 100% minimum staffing shifts fulfilled?
Yes, as long as everyone was showing up every single day for
Okay.
their scheduled shift.
So shouldn't we be building into the model an assumption that with hundreds of people on the floor, we may have incidents or sick days or these other things to build in some cushion?
Absolutely. And so what we're doing now is we're looking at data, just not for this year, but at a 4-year plan, just like we look at the budget cycle. So we're good right now, but what does call volume look like? What we do know is 1.8 million was an anomaly, that we did not hit that. We were at about 1.2 million. So we took about 600,000 calls less. And then we'll look at what this we'll look at what 2024 brings, because call volume seems to be back up again than where it was September of last year. So we're starting to do trends. We're doing some data analysis, and we're also looking at other things. And I think we've talked about this last time, was like length of call and how the diversion programs really pay into that. And then I certainly was listening to our employees when they were testifying about adding in time for things like wellness and training opportunities that weren't scheduled on days off. And so making sure that we can account for those things while they're already scheduled versus asking them to come back on their days off, wanting to account into that into our staffing model as well.
Okay, and who is involved in that type of analysis to determine what appropriate minimum staffing levels are that take into account those additional metrics you're talking about?
So we use the Erlang C method, which is what the industry standard is. And we also, my chief of staff right now is at a staffing summit being put on by APCO. And so she is with industry experts who are focused on staffing. And so when I spoke with her this morning, this is one of the things that they're really talking about there, is how not just do you fill your positions today, but how do you prepare for the future and understand what your real needs are.
Okay.
So I think more to come on that.
Okay. Some could hear that and say, well, if we just change the standard of what the minimum staffing ratio is, that's not necessarily going to get us to an improvement. So what would you say to those people?
What I would say is this, it's not just about staffing, it's also about supervision and understanding that we need more supervisors in our positions, because I think one of the things that you heard this morning, and which is true, sometimes when things come up and our staff can't get there, we rely on our supervisors to fill those roles. And you've seen that firsthand, and I see that, and it's not ideal in a 911 center, but it is the reality in a 911 center. And so making sure that we have people at each level to backfill when people are out. So if supervisors call out, that we have a contingency of supervisors. When call takers call out, we do that. The other thing that we've talked about, and President Knox brought up, was the training and the call taker and the cross training thing. So we'll work with the employees there about how we can best serve them to cross train. I think cross training is really the piece that will help fix a lot of these things, because then you're not just looking at 3 different groups of people, you're looking at people who could really step into any role at any moment. And when I looked at most of the people that were here today, most of them do at least 2 of the disciplines, call taking and something else. So expanding that, because what happens is those folks that do 2 of those disciplines, they get pressured a little bit more than their colleagues who might only do 1. So kind of leveling that workload for them.
I don't know if you had a chance to hear all the testimony earlier, but there were some folks talking about supervisors not necessarily having the experience of how to do their job. And there are, of course, a number of qualities that make someone a good manager, and some of that is or softer skills. But some of that I can imagine with this type of job is really important to make sure that they can help say, hey, this is actually a better way to input this from my experience. Or if the person needs to take a break, they know that the supervisor can step in. And so do you have thoughts on that, on your progress in making sure that supervisors are being hired with real experience as call takers or dispatchers?
So I did hear that. And so one of the things that that we talked about, I hosted a series of employee town hall events, and I asked the employees what they would change if they were the director and management. And so we talked about that, and people were really open about that, and it was the soft skills. And I think what has happened over time is we promote people with an expectation that they watched their manager, and so they would make great managers, and that's really not key. So one of the requirements to be a manager now in our center is to have the certification, the Center Manager Certification Program. We bring that here. Everybody has it. That is a assistant watch commander or a watch commander, and those are assistant supervisors and supervisors. But where we have identified the gap is really in the soft skills, that emotional intelligence piece. And I've been really honest with the frontline managers about that, and I've been really honest about what we're going to do about that. And so they're all going to be participating in a program, a year-long program, to really address those things so that they can address conflicts, so that they can address conflicts that and situations that arise, but it's going to be very specific to 911 centers. We were able to find a group that is very, very specific to 911 industry issues. Things like high impact events, when you're taking those calls, how to address those situations, how to handle them, who to call, what to do. And so we're going to be working on that this year. And we're also going to be working on really just understanding the day-to-day of DC government management, as far as leave and things like that, because that can also be really overwhelming when you've never had to do it before.
Right. Okay. And I hear that, but it sounds like what you're talking about is more of a lean into the soft skills. But what I heard this morning was focus on the alternative of saying, we actually need people who are supervising us to have technical skills to be able to do our physical job so they can help us.
So with the exception of one, everyone has worked there in a different capacity. And the one who is not he's been on the news, so I can very publicly say this. He was a firefighter, and he was a supervisor at DC FEMS, and so he knows the system, and he is a fire dispatch supervisor. So I'll definitely look to that person more to see what they meant by that, and understand that a little bit better myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so speaking of dispatchers, just back to some of the numbers if we have them. So at the last hearing, you reported that there were 91 full-time dispatchers and 3 part-time dispatchers. You mentioned that there are currently 18 vacancies, 14 for police and 4 for fire. What is the status on filling those vacancies?
The position closed last week, and we'll start interviews. We had put that out both internally and externally. That was a career ladder position. And so because of that and the way the CBA is written, until we exhausted and let everybody who wanted to apply for that position, we couldn't go out of house. This was the first time we've been allowed to move out of house. And so we did that, and we did publish that on both NINA and APCO's job boards.
Do you have a sense of why there's a difference between the vacancies at MPD or FEMS? Does that just happen to happen, or are you getting the sense that one or the other has a broader degree of interest?
So when they apply for the position, they just apply for dispatcher and we decide where they go. It's not, they don't get to choose.
Okay.
And so we had a large contingency of MPD dispatchers for a very long time. FEMS is where we had more of the turnover. And so we were constantly having classes for FEMS or more regularly, I shouldn't say not constantly. We were more regularly having classes for FEMS. For MPD, the class that just graduated, this is the first class in 10 years that they've had an MPD class. And that was because a lot of them retired. And so a need arose to have MPD dispatchers.
Need arose?
The need.
Oh,
the need arose.
The need
I'm
arose. I'm
sorry.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, so when it comes to continued efforts to address this understaffing, I want to recognize the efforts that you have undertaken in the last couple of months to reduce the onboarding process by 50%, my understanding, while keeping the jobs continuously open, using a $2,500 hiring bonus, an additional $800 a month perfect shift attendance bonus, hiring the wellness coordinator, conducting reviews of unscheduled leaves, the recent large hiring fair. I think all of these things are really, really important pieces to focus on. And so thank you for your focus on it. You mentioned at the last hearing that you're now conducting unscheduled leave reviews for employees. What does that review look like, and what have some of your findings been?
Sure. We are connecting people more with their union to talk about attendance. We're also connecting them with the wellness coordinator because it's not a blanket answer. It's really it's not a one size fits all, and so it's very individualized why people might have barriers to coming to work. And so the right place for that to live is not with me. I don't ever want someone to feel, of course, if they want to come to me and we can talk about it and I can help them, I'm all for that. But our wellness coordinator has been really great. And so we've been able to get some people back more regularly than we had previously. And we're really addressing situations. We're also being very honest that this is a 12-hour-a-day position and that you are going to miss holidays, you are going to miss nights and weekends. And so everybody's doing it. It's not like we've pinpointed just one employee to work these hours. And so we're really trying to work with employees as best as we can to understand what their needs are and to give them the life work balance that they need and deserve.
Thank you. Speaking of the work-life balance, we heard from some of the witnesses this morning about the need for wellness and checks. Some talked about being able to use the restroom, but not having any opportunity for a longer break or a meal break. The wellness coordinator, I asked about, have people engaged with this person? And at least one person said, when my shift is over, I'm ready to go home, which I understand. And so are there any ways that you're working within the confines of a current shift to build in opportunities for growth, for advancement, and for wellness check-ins?
Sure. It was one of the things I wrote down while I was listening. Build in time for into a shift for wellness. So they get breaks that are mandated. They get those, and we'll talk about how we can add in some more wellness breaks, with still meeting our mission.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I think that's another reason why I keep coming back to staffing, because when we talk about a long shift or a wellness break, all of that becomes more possible when we have more people in the door.
That's right.
Another thing that came up was around the shift to power phone and the need for ongoing training. I appreciate in your testimony, you talked about 27,000 hours of continuing education. And so where do you think that disconnect is from our witnesses earlier who said, we learned this one day and then we made the shift and we need updates, versus the hours that you're putting into continuing education?
Change is hard. And a lot of, there was priority dispatch, and then there was ECBD, and then that was end of life. And so we needed something else. And so we found something that was good for everyone and a national standard and met all the things that we needed it to meet with TCPR and the other requirements that we have. And so, we have training sessions stood up. We have a whole Office of Professional Standards and Development. And so I want to make sure that all of our employees know that we have those resources available. The other thing, when we're fully staffed, we can provide training while they're there. A lot of times we do in-service training and it does require them to come back one day each quarter for 8 hours to do an in-service training of 8 hours. I would love for that not to be the case. I would love that if we were fully staffed, we could say, hey, today you're in training instead of being on the floor. And so, we have training. We have one of the most robust training programs in the nation, actually. And I don't just say that, we have the data to back that up. And we have those opportunities available. We send people to training, we bring training to people. And I just want our employees to know that they can take those trainings and we make that available to them.
Thank you. So let's talk about salaries a little bit. At the last hearing, there was a bump that we saw of 13% of these minimum staffing levels in July to 57% in August for meeting the minimum staffing level. And I know you had been offering $800 a month for bonuses to 94 eligible workers who have not had any no-shows for their shifts. This received a lot of attention because there's a understandable pushback, and I share it, of we should be paying people enough to come to work every day. With that said, I appreciate your creativity and trying to make sure that we are getting people to work, because at the end of the day, that's just necessary. We have to have people answering our calls. We then saw the numbers in September fall slightly to 51%. So instead of using $800 bonuses as the year goes on to pay for shifts, shouldn't we just be raising salaries to make sure that people are sufficiently honored for their work on an annual basis?
Sure. And so we're going through that exercise. That's not a something that we take lightly. We're doing the work that needs to be done and going through that exercise to certainly compensate more for the job that they're doing.
Okay, and does going through the exercise mean we're looking at it for next budget cycle to try to raise the salaries, or for this current budget?
That's right. So we're going through the exercises to see what's available. There's a lot of work that has to be done as far as position descriptions. Some of them haven't been touched in years. And so there's a lot of different entities that have to be involved. And so we're certainly doing what we need to do to get there to that end goal. But we recognize the need. Some of the larger centers in the region have just raised their salaries. And so again, I kind of always go back to, we have so many centers here, it allows people to move, and they have a skill set, right? They're nationally recognized, especially now with total response. They're nationally recognized. They have APCO certifications. They can go anywhere they want to go. Everybody needs them. We're not the only ones. And so they're highly marketable. And so we want to be able to retain them here because they're amazing at what they do. And we want to keep the staff that we've invested so much in and that are really just great people here to work in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director. I'm really happy to hear you say that, because in the past there's been, comments of, well, other 911 call centers around the country don't pay as much as we do. And I just think, especially with this topic, we have to stay focused on here. We have a humongous call volume, as you talk about regularly. We have a very high cost of living, and we have a significant need. And while salary is not everything, and I think all of these other pieces around wellness and shifts and hours and benefits play a big role in people feeling and being valued at work and believing in the mission, I think salary is an important step. So let's just talk a little bit about the life cycle of becoming a call taker from start to finish. So let's say from prospect day to actually being released on the floor. And the reason I'm asking is because in the last hearing, we talked about in June, of the 197 candidates who attended prospect day, around 101 passed the critical test and the interview, which is of course a steep drop, almost by half. And then there's another steep drop between the interview suitability from 101 to only 19. And that certainly catches my attention. And then we see 9 offers ultimately extended. And so what is happening between interview and offer?
So they go through a couple of things. They do a online test, if you will, that looks at personality, background, psychology of a person, because this is a very traumatic job. And then if they pass that with a score of like a B or better, then they have a 3-hour session with a psychologist. The psychologist then, after meeting with them, writes a report and just says, yes, this person could handle the stress of this job, or no, we don't recommend that this person work in this capacity, or you could let this person work here, but there could be some issues. And so what we were finding was that the people who were recommended were the people who were staying in the role. And so we never want to further traumatize an individual with a job. And so we are keeping them on if they're passing the psychological piece now. And then certainly the drug testing. I will say, out of the 19, all 100 or all 19, 100% of them passed the drug testing or the screening. So that was helpful. And so we have seen some steep decline. So about 50% of the people we invite to Prospect Day show up. Out of the people who attend, about 61% were passing. In August, we recalibrated the test because the test we use has to be recalibrated every August. And it gets recalibrated by our workforce. This last Prospect Day, out of the 444 people that passed the test, took the test, only 56 passed. Most of them failed on the typing, and most of them failed on mapping. When we look at the demographics, a lot of them were younger. And so what we did proactively is we reached out to our friends at the local schools, DCPS and the independent schools, and said, hey, you got to put some sort of typing back into your class. The other thing we're working on now, because a couple people asked for this or told us this, was that both BEMS and MPD have practice tests, or they have some sort of literature that tells them exactly what they need to do or allows them to come and open. And so we are going to start directing people when they apply and we reach out to them for Prospect Day, not only that they need to be able to type 35 words a minute or 1,400 keystrokes, but here are the places that you can go to work on those things, and that you need to do it at a desktop computer or a laptop and not on your phone. And so we are hoping that that helps. But the psychological and the drug testing is where we are losing a majority of the people.
Okay. Okay. And can you just walk me through what the drug testing looks like?
So when you are onboarded, that is through DCHR, and they give you a ticket and you go to a drug testing center.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I've more been, so this is the category of people that have already passed the critical testing, which includes the psychological evaluation and the typing.
So we lost about 30%. So I took all the Prospect Days that we had last calendar year. So from invited to attended, about 50%, and then attended to pass before the recalibration was about 60%, and then passed the critical interview, and then past the interview from critical was 92, and then from 92%.
Okay.
Yeah, so just 60%. A couple people. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then just a couple people didn't pass the interview portion. That's where we really talk about schedules. That's where we talk about, childcare, the different things that could really impact your ability to show up every day. And then we also allow them to ask us questions. And then out of the people that we sent to the psychological background and the drug testing, or what we know as a whole as suitability, 68% of the people passed suitability.
And this is for, do you know, all drugs, cannabis specifically?
I know cannabis is included.
Okay. Have you ever had any issues with people coming to work clearly under the influence?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens in that case?
All of our managers take training for that, reasonable suspicion training.
Okay.
For that, they identified a suspicion, the proper policy was followed. It's a DCHR thing.
Okay.
Everybody does that, and then it was handled appropriately.
Okay. And would it only be in those circumstances where a manager has reasonable suspicion that a drug test is taken?
We do random drug screenings each month. So DCHR sends us a list because of the sensitivity of our job. So our 911 call takers, dispatchers do random drug screening. They send us a list. We bring somebody in to our center. They come in and they do the screening.
And is that a policy choice that you have made that is written in the law somewhere?
No, that is because they are safety sensitive personnel, that's in the law. And DCHR provides us the names. It's random. So we don't pick who does the drug testing. We're out of it completely. The only thing that we do is we provide the person to sit with the tester that is brought to our center.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So speaking of childcare from a couple minutes ago, from one of my most recent visits, I looked at a space that was being used for training, but that seemed to be fitted for children. Can you tell us a little bit about that space?
It had teddy bears on the ceiling, yes. Long before my time, it was set up as a child care center. It's my understanding that never came to fruition. That space was used by HCMA until they left and went to Half Street, and then we took it over and we use it for our training and transcription department.
Okay. If we were to use that space for childcare for OUC employees, do you have sufficient facilities space to conduct your ongoing training?
So we do. I will say that there's a lot of discussion about childcare and what that looks like amongst our employees. If they would want that, if they wouldn't want that, if it would be beneficial, if it would not, and really all that it entails. We would need some time to make the space available, but yes, long term, not in the short term. Short term, we do not have space. Our training department would be displaced.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how many of your employees have children or grandchildren or dependents that could benefit from this type of space?
I do not.
Okay. So maybe that's something that we can all work together on too, as we were talking to one of the panels about surveys for FEMS and MPD, and maybe we could do it in a similar fashion for each agency. So we're all talking about the same numbers.
Sure.
Okay. So when we visited recently, we had some conversations with the 311 section of the agency. This month, 31 trainees are due to be released onto the floor. Excuse me, that's for call takers, I think, right? Okay. So in terms of 311, we learned that trainees must complete 10 DORs. Can you explain a little bit more about what those are and what the timeline is for that type of training?
Sure. So DORs are for both 311 and 911. So there is no nationally recognized 311 training program, but we have developed one that mirrors the 911 training program. A DOR is a daily observation report. And a daily observation report is done by a CTO or a communications training officer, and each of our CTOs are certified by APCO to be such. They sit with a trainee at the end of every shift. They go through and they rate how the person did in each category. Customer service, call handling, were you able to take control of a call? Were you able to provide were you able to provide direction? Were you able to choose the right call type, provide instructions if they needed to be done? And how was your overall attitude? How did you respond? If the person started yelling, were you able to stay calm? Things like that. Our CTOs go through training to be a CTO, and then they sit with the person, they train them, and then they fill out these observation reports. We require a minimum of 10, so you're getting at least 120 hours of chairside training with a CTO before we're saying, okay, go answer your own call. And that is on the floor with a CTO. That doesn't count the time, the 2 weeks, so the 80 hours that they're with a trainer while they're answering calls.
Okay, got it. What are the goals for the cross training for 2025? Do you have a more granular sense of how often that's going to take place and what that will look like?
So it'll be a 6-week rotation, but what I heard this morning is maybe they would like a little bit more, and we'll take that into account. And we will put 2 from each shift in the class. So from each section. So there will be 8 total. In the class, they will go in, they will do the chief complaints, and then they will do the near on-the-job training with trainers, and then they will sit chairside, get their DORs, and then they will be able to answer calls.
Okay. And that will include things like the tech outage training, or is that a totally different?
Yes, no, that will include that. But also, they're already getting a lot of the training. When you talk about somebody who's worked at a center for 20 years, they don't need the same training that a person who's just walking in for the first time needs, because they know the lay of the land. They know the chief complaints. They know how MPD works. They know how FEMS work. They know the difference between a tanker, a truck, and a tower. They need to know about the calls, and also at one point they were all call takers. And so I know it's a new system, but a lot of this is going to be focused on the system and the questions, not so much the other stuff that we teach in initial training, because they're masters at that. They know what they're doing.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple questions about the dashboard that we establish requirements for in Secure DC. One of my concerns expressed at the hearing was that the agency had failed to follow the transparency laws in my Secure DC omnibus as intended. While I see that one of the helpful data points now does appear on the dashboard, namely the differential in its minimum staffing levels, not just that the shift itself is understaffed, but by how many call takers it's understaffed, which is an important distinction. I'm still waiting to see data on the average and maximum queue to dispatch and call to arrival times for all priority 1 calls, which again, we tried to be collaborative in this, in that we're just limiting it to priority 1 calls, which are the most urgent to FEMS and MPD, and the percentage of calls that dispatch advanced life support services, in order to make sure that we're not erroneously sending over these resources. And I know we talked a little bit about this last time. I understand that the call to arrival time data belongs to MPD and fire and EMS. And so OUC is figuring out how to post this data. But shouldn't OUC be able to post the queue to dispatch time that does live within the agency and that's currently not available on the dashboard?
It'll be on there. I just approved it on Monday. We sent it over because Octo helps us to post all of that. So it'll go over, and then the other information, the deputy mayor, I believe, it will live there for the things. But everything, we've figured out the formulations. Our data folks worked with MPD and FEMS data folks, and I think you'll be happy.
Okay, great. So Monday, we're waiting for Octo. Do we think that may be live Friday?
We can get you an update. I'll get you an update.
Okay, and just to be clear, are we talking about both the call to dispatch and the dispatch to answer times?
So it's because right now we have call to queue. So this will be queue to dispatch for priority 1 calls as the legislation is written, and then dispatch to arrival. right? Because
Okay.
those were the 2 points
Yep.
that were not living on the website but are, so.
Okay, great. And have MPD and FEMS been collaborative with this information?
Yes,
stuff?
our data folks got together and they have done their magic on that.
Okay, okay, great. And I want to make very clear for the record here, because we talked about this last time. While all of this information is existing on a dashboard that OUC is putting up, this is a holistic public safety ecosystem type of data collection and information that includes things that FEMS and MPD are doing. And so we should all be looking at that data through that lens. And we appreciate OUC kind of leading that effort to make sure that that is live and public.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you very
We
much.
are a
Director.
system, so
Yes.
we appreciate that.
Yes, we are. Okay, I'm not seeing on the dashboard either the total calls received per month figure,
Okay.
and especially if that's going to be one of the metrics we're talking about to determine the new minimum staffing, I think that will be helpful
Okay.
and is in the law.
I know some things changed on the dashboard visually, so we'll look
Okay.
at that.
Okay, great. So let me ask about some of those MPD and FEMS priority 1 calls, since they're not yet up, but you may have them. FEMS priority 1 calls, what was the average and maximum length of time for a call to go from answer to dispatch queue for this month? And for call to go from queue to dispatch?
I have September, and if you give
Okay.
me 1 second.
Sure, absolutely. And would love this information for FEMS and MPD, possible.
Okay, so for September, queue to dispatch was 19.45 seconds. And for MPD, it was 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
For queue to dispatch for MPD?
Yes. And then, but understanding in that there are outliers to that, and we talked about what some of those are. And so really understanding what those are. We're not holding priority 1 calls for 2 minutes. Sometimes what's happening is, we're getting a lot of calls. So I'll use an example. When we're getting a lot of calls for something like the sounds of gunshots, say, call takers are putting that in. If somebody already has a CAD card started, then if I took the call after that person started the CAD card, I can see that CAD card and I can start it. But if we're starting it simultaneously, we're all starting that. And you see that in one of the sets of CADs that I send you. And so what happens is all of those are sitting on the dispatch board, but the dispatcher sees that and he or she knows that they're not, or they know that they're not all, they recognize that they're all the same incident. But because they're actively working on one incident, they're not dispatching the other incidents that are the same. And so they sit there and they're racking up time in the queue. And while they're doing that, that's adding time to dispatch until the dispatcher puts them all together. And so again, it's one of those things where happy to give information, but you just have to really understand what we're giving you and being accepting that we're not holding calls for 2 minutes. A lot of times we're getting them out within seconds if we have the information, the location and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And really, I mean, many of the call takers and dispatchers are extremely quick typers.
Yes.
But that reminds me to our conversation earlier about typing training when people are coming in the door, that maybe that's another source of continuing education.
Absolutely.
For that type of accuracy. Okay. Well, Director, That concludes my questions for today. I want to thank you and
you.
your entire team. I know we have had a lot of contact and questions, and that is a really important part of this process this fall, to work very closely together to ensure that district residents have what they deserve, and that you and your team and the hardworking folks at OUC are supported. I do want to note that we will have our next hearing on OUC and some of the tech challenges and cross-agency coordination in particular as our next hearing. And we'll continue staying focused on these important needs of today. We talked a lot today about staffing, the need for additional mental health supports, ongoing training, recruitment of young people, and making sure that we are living up to these expectations that the public has. I still remain focused on our additional 2 bills that we talked about today around providing childcare for our first responders as an important need to recognize that the important function that they're engaged in, and recognize that we want our growing families to be a part of this workforce. And we'll continue to focus on the transparency bill and making sure that the data that we've established as part of Secure DC is up and running, that the public can all have access to this information on a daily basis, but that we have the right tools in place for when those errors do occur, incidents do occur in the future, that not only we here on the council and in the government, but that the public can have a sight line into what that went on and how we're driving forward towards change. So I really appreciate that. I do want to also note that there are some other tools that we're engaged in partnership with OUC that we didn't talk about today. You know, we have a government recruitment and retention bill that the Labor Committee is having a hearing on later this week. We have a bill called the DROP Act to provide additional retirement benefits and opportunities to stay on the force. We have a bill that we passed several months ago for allowing retired FEMS and MPD officers to still earn their retirement benefits and come back to OUC. There's a new wellness coordinator. We talked about the salaries and some of the bonuses and the job fairs. And so there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle that are moving in coordination to the additional legislative efforts and oversight efforts to get us where we need to be. So I thank you very much, Director. And if you have any I wasn't sure if you were trying to.
No, I just want to say thank you to you. I think that you, your support and your staff support and really just understanding the complexities that are 911 is really helpful. So when we have these conversations and understanding CAD reports and queue times and things like that. And I just want to mention, because I know that the public is very vested and interested in this, that we have finally come to a solution with Verizon. And so thank you for the patience in that. And, you know, those calls are not going to be dropped by Verizon anymore. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for raising that. And we will certainly get into that and have an opportunity to provide more of an update to the public at the next tech hearing too, because that will be vitally important. All right, with that, the time.